Hey everyone, and welcome to the guided playthrough of the Druid class for Path of Exile 2. This guide is intended for people who are fairly new to action RPGs or people who have trouble with enjoying or playing through the campaign for Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 has some complex mechanics compared to other video games and can be kind of confusing for newer players. So we're just going to go through together and learn. The class is new, the Druid class is new in 0.4. So I'm going to be learning alongside you as well. I am by no means an expert at this game. I'm just someone who loves it and wants to share it with other people. And today is that launch for patch 0.4. So if you're watching this later, it's very likely that some things have changed about the game. Either way, the foundation for this video remains the same. We're going to be focusing on learning the game together and enjoying that process. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. On this screen here, on the left is the standard, which is basically where all the previous characters for previous seasons are sort of merged into. The standard league is kind of like where like once a new patch drops, then the characters get moved to standard, and you can still play through standard league if you would like. It's just that most folks are going to be playing on the new league, which has to do with the new league mechanic, which will usually be on the right side. So this league is called Fate of the Vaal, and the league mechanic is explained a little bit here. We're probably going to learn more about it in the campaign, but it says explore a mysterious Vaal temple, uncovering what became of the ancient empire. The default challenge league. So we're going to go ahead and start with Fate of the Vaal on the right here. If you want to do solo self-found, it explains here, this optional mode disables trade and party play for this character. You can convert it back to a regular character at any time, but I don't think you can convert it once you convert to to a regular character. You cannot convert back to solo self-found. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's correct. And hardcore means that a character killed in hardcore becomes a softcore character in the corresponding league. In hardcore, once you die, and there's a ladder for hardcore. So if you want to be on the hardcore ladder and sort of climb the rankings for that and use that as a challenge for yourself, then you can do that. But I'm not much of a hardcore player myself. I prefer softcore. I do like a challenge once in a while, but I just haven't really found the time to dive into hardcore play myself. But there are a lot of good players out there who love hardcore, who love solo self-found and hardcore. You could do both if you would like. But for today, we're just going to go with softcore, since we're learning together, and then we're going to go ahead and go through this. The new character is a Druid, and I can kind of see him right here. And the explanation is just a little bit of story text over here. There's Shapeshifting, Lasting Destruction, which is, I think, the elemental spells and such. Nature's Bounty. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a little bit of descriptions here on the bottom left. If you don't want to play Druid, you can play through. You can look through the different classes and see what they do. If you click on Ranger, some characters have sort of like, even though there's one model for the character here, there could be a different class, so you can change it to Huntress for the Ranger. And Huntress is a totally different class compared to Ranger. It's just the model is, you know, sort of very similar. Right now, as of 0.4, there's 8 classes available, and you can go through and click here to see which class you would like. This character model has Witch and Sorceress, so be sure to you can click through here and see. But for today, we're gonna go with Druid. We're just gonna call this guy Druid playthrough. And we're gonna get started. This awesome cutscene at the beginning does a lot of world building for Path of Exile 2. All the other classes get executed and we get to escape. So we land on the riverbank here, and we're given a choice of how we want to move in the game. On the left side is mouse, which is like clicking to move and such, and on the right side is WASD. I've played with both and I very much prefer WASD. I think a lot of other folks would also recommend WASD. But if you want to try mouse, I say go ahead and try both and see which one you like. But for us, we're going to go with WASD. And that's what I would recommend for most players. We're going to go ahead and just kind of go through this. I would recommend doing a playthrough where you're kind of, you know, paying attention to the story a little bit more. But if you're not a lore person or story person at all, just go ahead and click through it. The fastest way to get through this is by pushing spacebar. I am on a computer, by the way, and so all the sort of controls that I'm going to be talking about are going to be based on that, if that wasn't obvious from the mouse and the WASD. For console players, I do apologize. I don't have the shortcuts for any of your stuff, So I clicked on the weapon that dropped on the ground. Sorry, I didn't explain that. And then you can click over here to open the inventory, or you can push I, which is what I did. And then we're going to have to equip this item here. I think the game locks you in if you don't equip it. And it automatically sets itself to left click here. You can change it if you would like. If you don't want it on left click, you want it on right click, you can go ahead and click down here and then go to right click, and you can use right click as your skill if you would like instead. Go ahead and just get used to, you know, some of the way that this game is, the way that it moves. This game is what people call isometric, which is like a top-down sort of gameplay. Alright, and I picked up some items here. We're not gonna go too much into them, but you can equip them, put it on here. Might do a little bit more explanation on the defenses later. And then we get our Changeling Talisman, which you can change your weapon set by clicking up here. Pick up the item with left click and put the item in. And then Talisman is the new weapon for 0.4. It lets us shapeshift into powerful animal forms, and we can select between bear or werewolf, and we can change that at any time. So let's go ahead and click bear and try that out. Bear looks pretty sick, and it looks like he stands up and attacks when you sort of use this maul ability. Okay, and then let's try werewolf. This one is called Shred. Werewolf looks pretty sick as well. Definitely a lot faster attack speed compared to bear. I'm much more of a faster attack speed person, but if you prefer slower and sort of like bigger slams and stuff like that, then, you know, choose bear. Whatever it is you think is going to be the most fun. And so this little jump here that I did, if you push spacebar, your character will dodge roll. I think spacebar is the default for dodge, so we'll go with that. And here we get what's called a skill gem. We're gonna pick it up, put it in our inventory, left click, and when you left click it, it opens up this skills panel over here on the left side. We're gonna go ahead and slot it in there. And then we're gonna follow sort of the tutorial for this. Push Q to use your new skill. Alright. So as you can see, the skill comes up here. There's a lot of details on this skill gem though. And I think it's really important that you take time to read what the skill does, because this will essentially help you to succeed at playing the game. So let's go ahead and read through it right now. Volcano is a spell. Okay, there's like keywords underneath here that will help you to understand the way that the spell or the skill connects with different other aspects of the game when you're creating a build and such. But for now, we'll just know that, you know, it's area of effect, projectile, sustained, fire, duration, channeling. We'll go into more detail about what that means as we're sort of learning together. Here's the level of the gem, the cost, the cast time, the critical hit chance, etc. This is sort of just like a very basic, this is what it does. Uplift a volcano from the earth, damaging enemies standing on it, releasing a spray of molten projectiles. While the volcano persists, slamming it will cause another projectile spray. Channeling this skill for longer makes the initial eruption more violent, but does not affect subsequent projectile sprays. Let's see. Oh yeah, so you can hold the button and channel it for longer. And it makes the initial eruption more violent, but it doesn't affect the other eruptions. So I think that's interesting. We're gonna leave this in middle mouse button for me. And then after that, there's this thing here that gives more details about the skill. It says that it deals 4 to 6 fire damage. Modifiers to cast speed also affect the skill's cost. So the faster your cast speed, the more mana it's going to cost. And it fires projectiles every 0.5 seconds. Channeling ends when reaching 4 stages. Eruption radius is 1.2 meters. Volcano duration is 8 seconds. Limit 1 volcano. 150% more eruption damage per additional stage. And then quality here. We're not going to worry too much about quality just yet. So once you're done channeling 4 stages, it automatically ends, and then it erupts. If you click on the projectiles, this is for the eruption, like the initial sort of burst. That initial eruption, this is what that is describing. The projectiles, the little balls that are coming out, this is the damage that has to do with that. So it deals 3 to 5 fire damage, fires 3 projectiles, etc., etc. And so these little underlined keywords are really important. You're going to want to sort of remember what skills do what. And as you can see up here, there's some underlined keywords as well. But for now, since we only have access to this one ability, we're just going to use it. We're not going to worry too much about the synergies with other abilities and other things. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Right on this guy here. We're gonna dodge away from his slams and just make sure that we're doing our best to stay alive here. If you get hit by that, it hurts. And on the left, on the bottom left here, you have your life flasks and your mana flasks. You will have to sort of think a little bit when it comes to the bosses during the campaign and as you're leveling up. You're gonna have to watch them a little bit and see what they're doing. See that little red thing? That means he's gonna do his slam. The sound design is also really good, so there's usually some sort of sound that plays before like a slam hits or something like that. You also just pay attention to the way that they move. It's important. Alrighty. Oh, we got an award. A smoking pipe helmet. Microtransaction. Nice. Alright. I'm gonna exit this, and then we got a skill point. So we're gonna go ahead and click that. Don't be afraid. This is a lot. But what you need to know is that we're right here, right now. And that's all we really got to worry about. As we're leveling through the campaign, we're just going to go from one node to the next, and then we'll try and figure out that from here. So for now, we just have 2 choices, and we're just going to focus on those 2 choices. Either spell and attack damage, or 10 armor and 5 energy shield. I typically just go for spell and attack damage. If you're in hardcore, you might want to consider this, but it just really depends on how you want to play. And for me, I'm going to go with the spell and attack damage. I'm going to grab some of these things just because we don't have a lot of money or anything like that for this league start. And so we're just going to use it to sell things and look at them, essentially. Alright, and you made it to town.
This is no stronghold.
Renly's the name. Your skill.
Alright, so we're not going to pay too much attention to the story for this playthrough. We're just going to get to the gameplay. We're going to accept that quest. And talk to Una, who has a quest for us. You can tell by this little marker. We're going to accept her quest as well. If you have any questions on any of the quests, you can just push U. It will open up your map. And you can see the quests over here on the top right. Click the little arrow button. It'll tell you what you need to do. The quests will also tell you what you get as a reward. So if you're not sure if a quest is worth it, then you can go ahead and just look at it. For this playthrough, we're going to try to go through all the quests together. That way we can kind of see what they do and what they give. And so we're just doing like a full playthrough, essentially. One of the important things to do when you're in town is to kind of just familiarize yourself with the different vendors. So Una will sell sort of magic items like scepters, which are used to like summon minions, and staves, which are used to boost your like magic spells like fire, ice. Gosh, these items are also really good right now too. So if you take a look, you can see that this staff gives increased spell damage and +1 to all fire spell skills. And then this staff gives 52% increased spell damage and +1 to all cold spell skills. These are really good. And this one too is the wand that gives +1 to all chaos spell skills. Stabs are two-handed. Wands are one-handed. If you have a question on any of the things that are listed here, typically you can hover over the item or the word, and you can see what it does. So a staff is a two-handed spellcasting weapon, and if you have questions on that, if you hold Alt, this is how you get to it. You hold Alt on the item, and then you hover over it. You click on the keyword, and if you don't know what two-handed means, you can hover over that. You don't know what spellcasting means, you can hover over that, and it'll tell you all that you need to know about that. Reading is really important when it comes to this game. It will help you succeed. And so here it says, oh, what's a spell? A spell is a skill that uses raw magic. Attacks are not spells. So just knowing these things will help you do better in this game. We don't have any money at the league start. We start with 0 gold. So we can just sell these items, or we can identify them and then sell them. Identity scrolls or scroll of wisdom scrolls cost 25 gold, and you can use them to identify items. We don't have 25 gold, but we do have some scrolls of wisdom here. So we're gonna right click on it and then go ahead and identify these. As you can see, the scroll's 25 gold, right? And if you identify it, this goes from 5 gold to 11 gold. So it's not, sometimes it's not worth it to buy it just to identify it. Sometimes you should just sell the item, you know. In this game, skill gems are tied to weapons. So we're gonna go back to our skills here. This one doesn't have a weapon requirement because it's an elemental skill. Elemental skills usually don't have, or spell skills in general usually don't have a requirement for your weapon, but this one does. Your shred ability, and it says requires talisman. And so if you're not wearing a talisman, let's just replace this talisman, then you're not able to use that skill. So that's what happens there. So you want to be careful when replacing skills, replacing weapons, because it affects your skills. We're not using a quarterstaff, so I controlled left clicked it and it went into there. If you accidentally sell something, you could always buy it back, but just for a certain amount of time. It's not going to always be there. We don't need a bow. Now this helmet is interesting. We don't have a helmet right now. I think we might as well wear it because it gives max life, which is important, and a little bit of life regen. Not great, but you know, it helps. And we don't need that spear either, so we're gonna sell it. I wish we had 500 gold. We can get this fire spell, and it would help us to get a stronger volcano. But unfortunately, we don't have 500 gold, or else we could buy it. Renly sells these sort of physical damage weapons, if you will. He has maces, quarterstaffs, bows, crossbows, shields, in addition to like armor and such. We don't have much money, like I said, so we can look. And as we saw in Una, these vendors will sometimes have really good items on them, and so it looks like Renly's the one who also sells talismans as well. So if we are looking for a better talisman, we can go ahead and look at Renly's inventory. And then on this page is spears, which we're not going to use spears for Druid, at least not in this playthrough. This game doesn't limit you on what weapon you can or cannot use, as long as you have the requirements to equip it, which is usually like some sort of stat requirement. And we'll go through that when we get there. All right. So we could do some window shopping. Finn is the gambler, and if you've played Diablo, then you know that essentially you can buy weapons, armors, any sort of items from this guy, and it's sort of like a random, and so you would buy it and then it will show you what the stats are once you buy them. You don't know what they are. Okay. Now let's look at that skill gem. So this is kind of a lot, but we're gonna right click the skill gem and then get to this weapon. I'm sorry, this skill gem window. There's a lot on the left side here, but like I said, skills are tied to your weapon essentially, except for spells, which are usually elemental and occult spells, but there are more spells in the game besides these two. types. We're not going to look into elemental and occult. It's a little too much for sort of newer players. So we're going to focus on primal, which is the first sort of tab that comes up when we play Druid. And so we have 3 different abilities to choose from. We already have Volcano, so it kind of tells you, warning, you already have a socketed skill gem of this type, just so that you don't, accidentally make a duplicate. And so these are the other 3. And for me, I kind of came in wanting to play like a I guess like a spellcasting druid. And so we're gonna go ahead and do Entangle, but if you would like, you can do Furious Slam or Lunar Assault, which have to do with the shapeshifting. So if you want to know what they do, sometimes when you click on them, a skill video will play that explains it. So let's go ahead and look at the Furious Slam one.
Furious Slam pounds the ground with your front paws, dealing damage twice to enemies caught by both. If you have enough rage, it will spend some to make much larger, more powerful slams. It will also leave behind jagged ground to slow enemies.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and take a look at Furious Slam. I'm just holding Alt over the skill so that we can kind of take a closer look into it. It has some keywords here like Shapeshift, Bear, Slam, Rage, Jagged Ground, Stun, Shapeshifting, etc, etc. And so you can look at more details on what it does here. This is a little important to look at as well, which is how much damage the attack will do. Here it says the base it's going to be 70% of base for the attack speed and 70% of your attack damage. The details on how all that's calculated is a little too much right now, but there are some really cool videos that sort of go into how damage is calculated, and I can leave some of those videos down in the description if that's something that you want to sort of look at. And so the base is what this attack damage is referring to. This sort of base Furious Slam is going to do 70% of your attack damage, but it does cause 60% more stun buildup, and has some other things here too, like a shockwave and things like that. For the enraged portion, when you spend rage to create larger shockwaves that leave behind jagged ground, this second sentence of the skill, then your attack damage is going to be 110% instead of the 70%, which is a huge difference in damage. Okay, so it does look like if you want to get the most out of this ability, you're going to spend rage to do more damage. And so you could do the same thing with like Lunar Assault as well. You're like, okay, well, what does that do? Let's watch the video.
Ice with your claws. This skill is very good at freezing enemies.
Alright, so that's what it does. It just freezes enemies and does some damage here. The attack damage is 40% of your attack damage, but the speed is a little higher. As you can see, the attack speed is 110% of base, which is really good. Shapeshift into a werewolf, swipe your claws, Arc of Moonlight, and Ice. So this says converts 80% of physical damage to cold damage, which means that your physical damage from your attack is going to be considered cold damage for the purposes of calculating damage for this ability. Okay. So any sort of modifiers that you have to physical damage, such as like increased physical damage or global physical damage, is not going to affect the 80% of damage that gets converted. If you have questions on what convert does, you can always again hover over the keyword here, and it'll tell you the more details here. Okay, so damage is basically converted, and it explains right here what I just said about converting physical damage. It's not going to get affected by anything that increases your physical damage, but it will get affected by everything that gets affected by cold damage. So that's important to know. In addition, it says that you get 240% more magnitude of chill inflicted and 240% more freeze buildup. Just a really quick word on more here. So more in this game, in Path of Exile 2, is multiplicative, which means that you are going to multiply this sort of 240% number to calculate how much magnitude or how much freeze is going to happen onto the enemy. All right. Versus increased. Let's see if we can find an increased. Can't find anything with like increased damage right now. But essentially, what you need to know is more is usually better than increased. Usually. Not always, but usually. Let's say like 99% of the time. That's just the case. So more is really good. So if you want to go werewolf, then this would be the ability to engrave. But we're going to go with spellcaster.
Grows gnarled roots which attach vines to nearby enemies, damaging and slowing them.
All right, so this conjures a root-bound fissure that crawls forward, damaging enemies in its path. Fissures persists, and vines latch out and attach to nearby enemies, damaging and slowing them. So we're going to deal 4 to 6 physical damage for the fissures, and all these details here. Overgrown is a new keyword. So let's take a look at what this says. It says plants created by plant skills can be overgrown to gain power in ways detailed on the plant skill. This generally cannot be caused by the skill that creates the plants and requires a different skill or effect that specifically causes them to overgrow. And if for this Entangle spell, overgrown fissures expire 25% slower. Okay, good to know. The vines deal 1-to-1 physical damage and can stretch to a 2-meter length before breaking. Each attached vine slows enemy by 15%. Vines remain attached for up to a second. Can attach up to 3 vines to each enemy. Overgrown fissures can attach 3 additional vines. So overgrown is good. And as always, we can take a look at the keywords and things like that up here. For now, all we need to know is we're going to get entangled because that's what we want. That's kind of the build we want to go for. I'm going to replace lightning bolts with entangle, and I'm going to go ahead and put lightning bolt here in this shortcut in F. Typically, and I think this is always the case, the abilities that are given to you from your weapon, and like you can see the voltaic staff here, it grants a skill level 1 lightning bolt. These skills usually don't cost any mana. So if you find yourself running out of mana and you can't cast spells, typically your weapon ability, your weapon skill should be usable. So we're going to keep this on the hotbar just in case we run out of mana for any reason. We can go ahead and use that as sort of like a base. Okay. Let's go ahead and go out of town. We're going to go ahead and actually play the game. Alright. So, as you can see, this requires the the talisman, right? This ability requires the talisman. So, whenever we use that ability, our weapon automatically swaps to the talisman. And then when we use like something like a volcano or entangle, we switch back to this. The game sort of automatically does that for you. I think shape-shifting forms are limited. Let's go ahead and see what werewolf says. Okay, there's like some details about werewolf here, but it doesn't say that you can't cast spells while you're shapeshifted, but I'm guessing that is a limitation. It probably is detailed somewhere that we don't see quite yet. So we're just gonna go ahead and smash through some enemies here. We're gonna explore the map a little bit. That's essentially what you kind of have to do. On the bottom it says sacrifice the monsters. This is the new league mechanic. I haven't interacted with it before, so we're gonna go ahead and just kill these monsters and see what happens. I will say Druid feels quite strong. Okay, it says activate 5 additional beacons. So it looks like this beacon sort of lit up after we sacrificed them. I guess we're gonna have to find some more. Yeah, let's just go ahead and grab all these because we need money. In this game, there is a sprint mechanic. So if you dodge and then you hold your dodge button, your character will sprint. We found Beira of the Rotten Pack, so we're gonna go ahead and kill her. Be careful, she's a little scary. We don't want to get hit too much in the face with these icicle projectiles. Looks like she's summoning some wolves, so let's go ahead and just be mindful of those wolves. They're down. I don't remember how many fissures we can have out. But man, Druid feels really strong compared to sort of like other classes. We're gonna grab all these things here. We got the head of the Winter Wolf, which is sort of like a green item. Green items are quest items. I'll organize my inventory a little bit here. Okay. And then it says grants 10% cold resistance. It's a quest item. It's not clear, but you're supposed to right click it in order to gain the sort of buff here. So we're gonna right click it and it says Druid playthrough has received 10% cold resistance. Alright. We're gonna move on, we're gonna keep exploring. So that Beira is a good boss to sort of find and kill because she gives us that perma buff to cold resistance. Alright. I'm sprinting here to try and sort of find where we're supposed to go next. I think the best way to explore maps is to just sort of like find the corners and like go along with them. This goes to the Grellwood. Okay, but if you're not sure if you want to go to the next area or whatever, you can always open up your map by pushing U, and then here we're it's this sort of icon here. That's us. Okay, we're at Clearfell. All right, and you can kind of see there's like these little icons around, sort of like surrounding the map that you're at, and so for Clearfell. Right here, underneath, sort of like that says Beira of the Rotten Pack, and underneath it says Clearfell. That means that, you know, this landmark or this icon is referring to the map of Clearfell, and it gives plus 10 cold resistance. So we did that already, so it has a little X on it, and it's grayed out. There's another one that says Mysterious Campsite. It's also in Clearfell. We haven't found that yet. That's why it's still kind of lit up here. This one here, the Bloated Miller, was at the Riverbank, and so we killed him, which is why he has a little X here on this icon. Yeah, so I mean, we can try to find the Mysterious Campsite. That is sort of like an option, okay? But then we also, if you remember on the top right, we have this quest here, Treacherous Ground, find the Mud Burrow. And the Mud Burrow is in Clearfell, so we're gonna try to find that. All right, so we got this checkpoint. That's good. We'll go ahead and leave. We leveled up, which means that we gained another passive skill point. So we're gonna click on our passive tree, And we're just gonna go ahead and just keep going this way. Okay, we're not gonna. We can go ahead and add to attributes. If you push C, it's gonna open up your character pane. On the top right here, it's going to give you the 3 main attributes, which is strength, dexterity, and intelligence. We're not struggling at all with any of these requirements yet, so we're not going to worry too much about stat allocations or like adding more stats to our attributes, adding more points to our attributes. And then we're going to go ahead and just keep going with the 10% increased spell damage and attack damage here, okay? If you want, you can go ahead and go to the 0.2% of max life per second. You're more than welcome to do that. I'm just gonna go with more damage. The damage is feeling really good though, I will say, for Druid. Okay. Oops. Casted that volcano twice. You'll notice that if you try to spam volcano, the other volcano will go away, and that's because there's a limit here. It says limit 1 volcano. So certain skills can only have a limited number of effects active at once. If a new effect's created, the oldest effect will disappear. And so you can modify the limit of volcanoes, but for now we don't have that available to us. So we can only have 1 active volcano at a time. Here's another checkpoint. And the abandoned stash. We got another skill gem. Nice. Notice of criminality. Some lore here if you want it. It's going to play down here. If you don't want that, you can hit the X and it'll stop. And if you see right here, the mysterious campsite is now X'd. So we found it. Here's the mysterious campsite. Alright. Alright, so here it looks like the map. I'm pushing tab to sort of make the map go like a bigger size like this. Hitting tab again to make it go back to the top right. Looks like there's a little way over here, but we're not gonna worry about that. We're gonna go this way because it looks like there might be a way here. There's likely a way here, but we're gonna go across the bridge over here. I'm gonna guess that that just kind of loops back around. I don't remember what the limit for Entangle is, so I'm gonna check that here in just a second. Grab the Scroll of Wisdom and Rattling Scepter. It does look like I have my item filter enabled. So if you don't have a loot filter, that's perfectly fine. I'm just going to go ahead and disable this for us right now. So that way my game is going to look like your game. Okay. But if you want to know how item filters work, it essentially just filters out items that you're looking for versus items that you don't want. There's a lot of videos out there to kind of help you to set up an item filter. Here we found the waypoint and the checkpoint, and here's the Mud Burrow. Yeah, and then I'm gonna check the Entangle limit. Yeah, the limit is 4 fissures. So for casting this, that's 1 fissure, 2 fissure, 3, and 4. So that's good to know that we can cast only 4 before it gets rid of 1. Alright. If you do want to set up your loot filter, I'll go ahead and leave a video in the description for you on how to do that. I am enjoying Werewolf as kind of like a basic attack, I guess. We did get a skill gem, so let's go ahead and right click that and use it. We're gonna go into Lunar Assault for now. Even though we are more, like I said, wanting to go spellcasting, we're gonna go ahead and engrave the Lunar Assault, and we're just gonna try it because why not? We're sort of learning and trying to figure out how this character plays. Yeah, it looks like alright, we activated 2. Looks like it's a little bit slower than Shred. At least it feels that way. Yeah, so the attack speed here is 200% of base attack speed, whereas Lunar Assault is 110% of base of attack. So this is the regular attack, right? And then this is Lunar Assault. and it uses mana, compared to Shred, which doesn't use mana. Also looks like we got a couple belts here. We have a Scroll of Wisdom. Let's go ahead and just use it on this and see. This is a lot better. It gives Energy Shield, which is a type of defense, intelligence, and life per second. This one it's white, which means that it doesn't have any sort of special traits to it. Here, this is a rare, so it has 4 traits, prefix and suffixes. And if you have questions on what Energy Shield is, you can always, again, hover over it and it'll tell you that Energy Shield protects your life by taking damage instead. Okay, so if you look on the bottom left here, right now my Energy Shield is 16, but if we equip this, it becomes 46, and it regenerates fairly quickly, and has its own sort of separate Energy Shield recharge compared to life. So we're gonna equip that. Can leave that. You can see that some monsters, that monster that just died was blue. These monsters are white. It kind of has to do with the difficulty of the monster and whether or not they have traits to make them stronger. The more difficult a monster is, the higher the rarity of the items that it will drop. And my inventory's full according to the game, but there's still got a little bit of space. This thing's not going to go away. The tutorial's not going to go away until you click it, so you got to click it for it to go away. You could go back to town right now if you want to go ahead and sell some of your stuff if you're running out of space. More than welcome to do that. But we're just going to keep going because it looks like we have a little bit more space and there's a lot more to explore. So we're going to go ahead and keep going. Yeah, we are picking up whites right now, like white items. You're not always going to be doing that unless you want to craft items. White items are pretty good for crafting. It's funny I said that we're going to be elemental casting druid, and here I am constantly in wolf. I guess that's just how fun, you know, werewolf form is. Alright, so this does look like it could be the boss because there's a checkpoint, and so we just want to be a little bit careful. We can go ahead and engage with the boss if we want. It does look like the boss. If you see on the map here, it says Vaal Nest. Okay, so this is the boss. We're going to go ahead and engage. It's a big boy, big worm here. You want to, again, look out for its stuff. Okay, just pay attention to it. You hear that sound and the way that it moves. You just kind of want to dodge it accordingly, okay? It's going to be hard. The very first time I played against this boss, I died quite a bit. Yep, so just be aware. Oh, there. You kind of want to stay away from those kinds of things. Oh, he almost got me there. Alright, we're almost done. Ooh, watch out for that tail, okay? Oh. We want to summon that volcano right on top of him. Make sure that all of these projectiles hit our friend here. I guess he's not our friend, but you know what I mean. Oh, got hit by that. Good thing it didn't kill us. But I will say that death is highly likely in this game if you're playing it for the first time. And it's okay. It's a part of the game. It's a part of learning. Alright? You're not going to go through and exactly smash everything on your initial sort of playthrough here. We're full on our inventory, which is why we can't pick these up. Looks like we have space for that. And we have space for this. Alright, and so we have a couple items on the ground that we can't pick up. But the cool thing about portals is that it will let us go back to town. And then we can go ahead and just click back on the portal and then lead us back to where we were before. Alright, so we can go ahead and just sort of sell these sort of white items that we don't need. They're not worth very much. We sell these flasks that we don't need. We're gonna go ahead and equip this rawhide belt. Sell this quiver. Okay. And then there's sort of like these here, which I'm gonna buy a scroll of wisdom for our gloves because we don't have gloves right now. So I'm gonna do that. And so you can see the sort of base stats that an item's gonna give you. So chainmail is gonna give you armor and evasion rating. Okay. The 3 different sort of like defense mechanisms in this game are armor. Okay. Which armor reduces physical damage only. Alright. You have evasion, which will essentially let you... Let's see if evasion is... Yep, it's explained here. It grants a chance to evade enemy hits, preventing them from hitting you at all. So, if you get hit... It's important. Hit by an enemy, then you have a chance of taking 0 damage. Alright, it also depends on the accuracy of the thing that's attacking you. Again, I'll probably leave a video in the description about explaining further all these things. Alright, and then you have energy shield. So armor, evasion, energy shield. Those are the sort of 3 main defense mechanisms in this game. And then in addition to those 3, you have your resistances, which are fire, lightning, cold, and chaos. Okay? If you hover over it, it essentially tells you what the resistances do. You take this much less fire damage. Negative values cause you to take more damage. Max resistance is capped at 75 by default and can't be higher than 90%. There are some things in this game that let you go above the max resistance at 75, but you cannot go beyond 90 no matter what. And the uncapped value is in the brackets. So right now, our cold resistance is 10%, uncapped 10%. The white is essentially what you're receiving, and in the parentheses is what you have in general. Once we get above the cap, you'll see what that means. And so we got some orbs, which are used for crafting, and we got a level 2 skill gem. We're gonna go ahead and craft and cut this level 2 skill gem into our volcano. We want a stronger volcano. Looks like it does a lot more damage. And then, so right now I have a lot of these stash tabs. If you're just starting, you're probably not going to have all these stash tabs. We're just going to go ahead and pretend like we don't have it. We're going to go ahead and call the name of this Druid playthrough. Okay? That way, everything that we get for this Druid playthrough is going to come through here. I just right-clicked it and then was able to access these settings here. And then we're going to go ahead and just click and drag these into here. So we have 3 orbs of augmentation, 1 orb of transmutation. Essentially what that does, it tells you right here, this augments a magic item with a new random modifier. This one upgrades a normal item to a magic item with 1 modifier. We have some sort of things right here now. I guess let's just use this orb of augmentation just to see if we can make some things better. And it looks like we could modify our boots if we want. Let's just go ahead and do it. Why not? So we're gonna right click this, and if you look closely, the gloves are the only ones that can be affected by this. So we're gonna right click, and you can kind of see over the gloves, it's kind of like there's like a border. I think it's gonna be more obvious in our inventory. There you go. So you can see that it's sort of like glowing a little bit here. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And now these gloves give plus physical damage to attacks and increased attack speed, which is pretty good considered, you know, we're using shreds still, so that's not bad. And then for our boots, we're gonna do the same thing, but this time we can't just use this. It's not gonna work. The target has to be magic. So we're gonna right click this. This is upgrades a normal item to a magic item with 1 modifier. And as you can see, like a whole bunch of other things started lighting up too. We could do our life flask, our mana flask, our voltaic staff, our changeling talisman. Now that we see that though, we might just kind of keep these boots, and why don't we just play with the talisman? Make this a little bit stronger. Let's see what we get. We're gonna do this. 3 to 7 fire damage. Okay, more damage is always nice. And then we're gonna go ahead and do that. Oh, an increase to critical chance, which is pretty good. The reason why we're not able to use a magic orb of augmentation on this, even though it's a magic item, is because magic items have a maximum of 2 modifiers. So these here are called modifiers. I think I was calling them traits earlier, so I'm sorry about that. But these are modifiers. Magic items have a max of 2 modifiers. If you want them to be any more, they have to be rare to have more than 2. So we're gonna go ahead and equip this. And then we have a few unidentified items. We have to decide whether or not these are worth to identify, or if we're just gonna sell them. This one does give energy shield compared to this that gives like max life and 1 life regen per second. It is worth 25, so it could be worth 25 gold. It could be worth it to just buy this. We have 190 gold right now. I don't think we're gonna identify this because we're not going to use armor evasion rating for this character, so I think we might just sell that one. This one is just straight evasion, and look right here, it says requires 10 dexterity. We don't have 10 dexterity, it's red. How much dexterity do we have? Let's take a look. Push C again to access the character pane. We have 7 dexterity, so we don't have enough dexterity for this, so I don't think it's worth it to even identify it. So we're going to go ahead and just sell this. This belt is identified, it's unidentified, it's magic. And you can see it's worth 132 gold. And this one's worth 88. And so I think it's worth it. We're just going to go ahead and buy one of these. Identify this. It gives 14 armor and 1.1 life regeneration per second. So we're going to replace this one. And we're going to sell this one.
It's beautiful.
Is this worth it? I don't know. I like the 14 to life. It's not bad, so I don't think it's worth it. We might just sell it. I think we're just gonna sell it. We're probably gonna get better stuff later.
I like this.
Orb of augmentation. Keep it there. And then we're gonna go back for the other items that were dropped on the ground. Rattling scepter, superior, iron, head, spear. Go back to camp, open another portal. And go to Una,
Finn makes fun of my collection.
and
It's charming.
we can, looks like, I think we should identify. So I like identifying scepters just because I feel like scepters, I like minion builds, and scepters are usually really good to just sort of have. This one gives 14% increased spirit and 20 max mana. Allies in presence regenerate 1.1 to 2 life per second, or in this case 1.1 life per second. And then we're also going to go ahead and do this one because it's a rare superior spear. So that's a lot of damage. You can see there's like 3 damage modifiers here on this item. For a level 5, it's not bad at all. And then gain 6 life per enemy kill. There's also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modifiers on this. I think the max modifiers that a rare can have is 6. So it's only 1 modifier away from having max modifiers. So I mean, if like a spear is something you want to use later for like your skills and stuff like that, this could be worth keeping. The quality is also 11%, and if you hover over quality, it tells you that essentially the higher quality you have on a spear, the more physical damage it's gonna do. So quality is quite good. At low level, you can argue that it's minimal, but we're gonna just enjoy the game for what it is, right? So, for now,
Finn makes fun of my collection.
honestly, we don't need it.
I think it's
This character isn't gonna go, spear, but here's the thing: you have stash, and I do apologize for all these things, but we're gonna go ahead and use one of our sort of bigger. We're gonna rename this one to weapons, and then we're gonna move it sort of next to our Druid playthrough. There we go. And then we're gonna just stick this in here for now for our other characters. So if you have, you know, sort of like other characters or other ideas you want to do, you can always keep your weapons here for them or your items and keep it for them later. The 14% increased spirit is okay. It's not that great. I don't know if it's enough to get you another minion, but you can keep that if you want to also.
Yes, I like
We're gonna
it
sell
all
it though.
to bits and pieces.
So we have a couple choices here. Sorry, I opened up this passive skill tree. We have another point. We're just going to keep going on this branch here to get more spell and attack damage, all right? All right, so we have a couple choices, but I'm going to go back to the Mud Burrow. Look at we only explored this sort of half of the map, so I kind of want to see what else is around here on this map. There's another checkpoint on this side. If you're ever on a map and you want to go back to the other checkpoints, you can always click on the checkpoint and it will lead you to where the other checkpoints are. And you can teleport to the other checkpoints. And we're going to keep exploring just because I want to see what else there is. And I think that sometimes it is worth just to explore a map and just to see what you can find. If we look at this, we're underground. Looks like the only special icon on this map is the Devourer for the Mud Burrow. And here we are, Mud Burrow. It does look like it does take a while for that volcano to channel. I wonder what the point of that is. It's like nobody's really channeling Volcano, are they? Especially because it only affects the initial interruption. I'm sorry, the initial eruption. We're gonna leave that item on the ground. We don't really need to be picking up whites that much anymore. Save our inventory space for magic and rare items. That way we get more money. Alrighty. It looks like we got a talisman here. We can take a look at it. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Alright, so it looks like this adds 1 to 10 lightning damage compared to our 3 to 7. And it gives +2 to all melee skills. +2 to skills is a very good modifier to have on any item. And if we add a + to our melee skill, then, you know, our melee skills do more damage. As you can see, our Lunar Assault is now level 3 right here compared to level 1. Look at the DPS change from 16 to 19. And then at level 1, if you click on these little arrows, it'll give you all these details about your skills. So if you click the arrow, it says your DPS, main hand, total damage, etc., etc. Click this, it goes 7 to 17 and increases it a little bit. And later on, it's going to be more important. Also, you can see our shred is level 4 here. Here, it's only level 2 with 32 DPS. This goes up to 38. So I think this is, you know, a little bit better. Ouch. Alright. We're gonna keep that new talisman. Kinda sucks because we used our crafting items to increase it. As you can see, that lightning damage on that monster there, because we add lightning damage to our attacks now, our melee attacks. Alrighty. Looks like we explored most of it. There's like a little bit of a gap right here that we missed, so we're gonna go ahead and sprint. I think the werewolf form is worth it just for the move speed. Look at this guy go. Wow. It's crazy. Oh, here's another checkpoint. So it does look like we missed this area. These monsters are blue. You can see they have a trait underneath them that says chaos resistant, which means that if you do any chaos damage to them, it's not going to do as much damage. Alright, there's that. And here's the hatchery, as you can see on the top right. All these eggs. Okay, we can go ahead and click these eggs and see if they give us anything. We can attack them to open them up. I guess we don't need that wrapped quarterstaff. We said we're done with those. Blue stocky mitts. Alright, and so now we've explored all the map, all that's there to offer. So we're going to go ahead and click the checkpoint. We're going to click on this checkpoint where the exit is, and then we're going to go ahead and exit. Alrighty. Now it looks like we were gone long enough to the point where the map reset. Okay, so the map will reset if you're gone too long from going back to that map. I don't remember what the timer is exactly, but it looks like we're gonna have to explore this map again to find where the exit is, and that's completely okay. I'm gonna show you a hack on the next map that, or here's more of a tip on the next map that will essentially help you from not having to explore this map all over again. So let's see here. Yeah, this damage is insane. Yeah, the damage is just insane, dude. I think Druid is going to be the go-to class for everybody. Okay, looks like here's the Grellwood. So we're going to go ahead and go to the Grellwood next, which is where we need to go for our quests and such. We're gonna explore like normal. Sort of following. Oh look, there's a ring. We're gonna pick it up. Rings are really good in this game. One of the strongest item types is rings. Rings and amulets and charms are very strong in this game. Alright, so this one is just a straight up adds 1 to 4 physical damage to attacks. We're gonna equip that to get more damage to our sort of melee swipe attack here. Shred, our shred ability. Like, I don't even need to basic attack. I just put these things down and then it like kills them. It's crazy. This game is co-op, so if you want to play with your buddies, you're always welcome to play with your buddies, but the monsters do get a little bit stronger if you decide to play with your buddies, depending on how many people are in your party and such. You don't see other players in this game unless you're in town. or partied with them. Alright, nice. Chest. We're gonna grab these scrolls of wisdom. We're gonna grab these blue items as well. One of them is a mana flask. You could identify it and wear it right now, but right now, so flasks consume charges when you use them. It says right here, recovers 50 life over 3 seconds, consumes 10 of 60 charges, and currently has 60 charges. So as you can see, they're both full. But this guy, look, he's not full. He has currently 0 charges. So if you try to equip it, you're not going to be able to use it. It says refill at the well in town. So, and now since I unequipped it, well, I lost it. And so now this is also has 0 charges now too. The cool thing about flasks though is that when you kill monsters, you gain charges back. So flasks can be used to recover life or mana, not consumable, but require charges. Flask charges can be regained by killing enemies. And you can see here the details that are needed in order to refill your flask. Checkpoints and wells also completely refill flasks. So if you want, you could always create a portal, just go back to town, equip this thing, and then refill it. Okay? But since we lost these charges, and with this is 0 charges as well, we're just going to go ahead and equip this and try to refill the flask by killing monsters. The monsters grant flash charges equal to half of their power. So here's the number of power according to normal, magic, and rare monsters. Magic are blue monsters, rare is yellow monsters. I don't think we've come across any rare monsters yet. Unique monsters are bosses that have like their health bar across the screen at the top. So we've run into a couple of those. Beira of the wolf pack, and then that worm in the middle or inside that cave. No mana. Also, what refills flash charges is leveling up. See, look, we now have 65 flash charges. We leveled up also. Every single time you level up, you get a skill point. So after we're done killing these monsters, we can open up our skill tree. Also, if you're playing solo and you hit like escape, the game pauses. Or if you open up your passive tree menu, the game pauses. You open up your map, the game pauses. Anything that sort of fills up your full screen, that will pause the game. So you're more than welcome to pause in the middle of that. But we're just gonna kill them so we don't get any surprises after we exit the window. We're gonna keep going with the increased spell and attack damage here, since we're using both Shred and Volcano and Entangle. These are spell and attack, so we're kind of boosting our damage on all those abilities, which is great. Which is probably another reason why this Druid is killing the campaign right now. Goodness. I'm gonna sprint a little bit here to kind of try to just increase the time of this. Here's a checkpoint, and this goes to the Red Vaal. We can see that. Alright. But we're gonna take a look at our quests and stuff to see if that's where we need to go. Because right now we don't know where we need to go. And if you're curious and you just want to explore it, you're more than welcome to just go to the Red Vaal. But for us, we're gonna be a little methodical. We're gonna try to see. Here's the Grellwood. That's where we're at. Looks like there's 1, 2, 3 icons on this Grellwood map here. And if you hover over Grellwood, looks like there's 3 paths. One that leads here, one that leads here, and then one that leads down here back to Clearfell. Okay. The Red Vaal goes here. But there's 3 icons left still here, and actually 4. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a tree of souls here. It says Una mentioned a curious entity out in these woods. If you look at this, oh, we need to talk to Renly for our reward, so we'll go back and do that. That's pretty important. And then we have search the Grellwood and activate 4 additional beacons for the ancient beacons. So we're going to go ahead and keep searching the Grellwood. But let's say, for example, you don't know how long you're going to be gone from this map. What if it resets? You don't want to explore this map all over again. Usually, on the next map over, the waypoint to that map is right at the beginning. So you can go to the next map and activate the waypoint. If you click the waypoint, it'll let you travel back to sort of any other waypoints on the map that you have. So you can go back to town, you can go back to Clearfell. We don't have the waypoint for Grellwood, so we need to find that. So we're going to go ahead and activate the Red Veil, but we're going to go back because we want to search the Grellwood. So later on, we don't have to look for the entrance to the Red Veil anymore. We can just go ahead and just click on our waypoint from town and travel to the Red Veil, which is kind of a cool little hack. That way you don't have to spend time like searching through these maps. Right now the maps are not too big, but later on you're gonna be glad that you grabbed that waypoint. Alright, looks like there's, if you look at this map, that's kind of like a texture we haven't seen before, so you're probably like, oh yeah, that's probably something important. At least that's what I think when I see that. So alright, we're gonna sort of go here. Look, there's a checkpoint here, and right here we can see it says the moving bramble. If you open up on your map, I mean, my guess is it's this guy, the Bramblegast. Alright, we're locked into this boss arena here. This guy hits really hard. He's the Bramblegast. Plants versus plants. Watch out for those vines there. Looks like they have some health. Oh, look at all these little orbs. They look like they hurt. Oh, there's that too. Gotta be careful. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that sound, but there's a little sound that goes off when he does that. Let's use our Lunar Assault. We haven't really been using this ability. Looks really cool. Look at that lightning and ice. We got another skill 2 gem. We're gonna go ahead and pick up all these, and then we're gonna cut our second level 2 skill gem. We're gonna upgrade our Entangle. So if you click on it, you can go ahead and just click upgrade. If you want to like try out Furious Slam, you can now engrave this and it will start as a level 2 skill gem. But we're gonna go ahead and upgrade our Entangle. Wow, look at that Entangle just destroy everything. I'm not even doing anything else. That's ridiculous. That is so strong. Alright, we're gonna go, we've been going kind of like what, like counterclockwise, I guess? No, we're going clockwise. And so we're gonna continue that movement here. If you want to move your map when it's in that full thing, so I push tab and then I use the arrow buttons to kind of like move it around. My arrow buttons near my number pad. Alright. There's a monster here. Alright. Going around killing these guys super easy. Or let's try to walk around in werewolf form since we get that extra speed boost. I think we get an extra speed boost, right? Did I read that wrong? I'm gonna double check. Alright, werewolf form. Well, yeah, you did. While in werewolf form, you drop to all fours, moving for a short time, gaining 30% increased movement speed when not sprinting. Oh, I see. So when you sprint, you don't get the 30% movement speed. But when you're just walking around, you do. When you're walking like this. But when you sprint, you don't get that 30% increased movement. But sprinting is still a little bit faster. Alright, So here's the Grim Tangle. We can see that that's another map here, the Grim Tangle. So what we can do is, again, we can use that trick where we go inside and we grab the waypoint. So now we have the waypoint, and we can't go to the Mud Burrow. It doesn't look like there was a waypoint there. And it looks like Urvig, the Rotten Druid, is in the Grim Tangle. And you're like, well, where's the rest of the map? If you click on the right here, you can toggle between above ground and below ground, and you can teleport to different waypoints from here. When you unlocked new acts, you can even just go to a different act if you wanted to.
These roads will nae budge for me.
So, waypoints are cool. Alright.
I'll make 3.
Oh, looks like there's another altar here to sacrifice monsters. Activate 3 additional beacons. Alright. You know, for some reason that quiver was selling for a lot, so I'm gonna grab this quiver. Like, I remember it selling for a good chunk of money, so we're gonna grab it and just sell it. I'm like I said, I'm not like a expert by any means. So I don't have like merchant prices like memorized or anything like that. I don't play enough of this game, but I do play a lot of this game. Alright, so here we have Ariadne's hut. And as you can see, Ariadne, the Forgotten Witch. We found her, even though they haven't been seen in a long time. The local witch has not been heard from in weeks. So let's go check it out. There she is. We're gonna grab her cauldron, which gives us a medium mana and life blast. We're gonna go ahead and try to avoid her stuff. See how like she has like a yellow name or whatever. It doesn't really come up like a boss like all across the screen. It is a little bit bigger, you know, but she's what we would call a rare monster because she has like a yellow tint to her name, and she has a couple of traits there: extra cold damage and periodic fire explosions. So we gotta watch out for those fire explosions on the ground. Don't want to get hit by that. Alright. Okay, so we found the waypoint, which is the Tree of Souls. Alright, and then we're gonna grab this checkpoint. We're gonna look at this stuff first, right? Let's grab the quiver. Oh, looks like there's a couple wolves here. We'll take care of them. And then we got our first uncut support gem drop. We'll leave that spear, we don't need it. So, oh boy. Exalted orbs are really great. They're sort of one of the default trading things that you can use to trade people with. They essentially put a new modifier on a rare item. So like I said, the max number of modifiers on an item is 6. So this one has 4. We can use it on this if we want, but actually I think I'm gonna save it because I want to see if we're able to get like a stronger weapon or something like that. And exalted orbs are kind of nice. I feel like you should save them when you're like lower level until you have a bunch. When you're end game, you're gonna have so many you don't know what to do with them. But for now, since we're early on in the game, we don't have a lot of these. It's good to kind of save them to kind of build a weapon later that you like. It's going to be great for getting you through the rest of the game. So we're going to keep that exalted orb for now. And we found our first support gem. So we're going to go ahead and just talk through support gems now. When you right click a support gem, it's going to go ahead and open up the support gem cutting menu. And so we have choices on what we can do for supporting our skills. Sort of depends on just which skill you like the most and which one you want to make better. Support gems are very crucial in getting stronger in this game. We're gonna go ahead and do Volcano since, like I said, I want to do like a spellcasting druid. We could do Entangle as well, but I like the look and feel of Volcano. I don't know, it's just cool to put a volcano out. This one says supported skills deal 10% more damage per second spent channeling. We've never channeled our volcano spell. Maybe that's a mistake. We've only did it to kind of just try and see what it feels like, but it does feel a little weird to me, at least right now. Maybe later it might not feel as weird. So I'm not sure if I want to do Burgeon. And then there's Overabundance. So this one increases your limit by +1. And remember, you can only have like one volcano out. When you try to summon another one, it gets rid of that one. So what Overabundance will do is Overabundance will make it so that you can have +1 to your limit. So you can summon 2 volcanoes out. But it also makes it so that your skill has 50% less skill effect duration. So support gems, as you can see, they just kind of change up the skill to kind of let it do what you want it to do. And then prolonged duration, it just means that the volcano is out for longer, so you don't have to resummon it as often. I like the idea of overabundance, and the reason why is because essentially it doubles your damage. Because instead of just having 1, you have 2, so you essentially multiply that by 2. And the more and more increases to your limit, the more exponential your damage is, because it doesn't say that it reduces your damage in any way. It reduces the skill effect duration, so it's therefore shorter, but we can just recast it. It's not that big of a deal right now. We're not having mana issues per se. So we're gonna go ahead and engrave the overabundance, and you can see on the top left it tells you what the category is and the support requirements. We have 5 dexterity, so we should have enough. So we're gonna just go ahead and engrave this. Okay, right now these are sort of like the recommended skill gems for these. On the bottom left here it says show recommended gems. And if you're a new player, I recommend that you just use this page to kind of help you until you get used to it. Once you do get the hang of support gems and understanding how support gems work, you can unclick this and it will show you every single support gem that works with this skill. Okay? Some support gems will change the skill dramatically. Some of them will not affect it that much. Some of them don't work as you think they would, and so it's important to read these support gems very carefully and select them in the ways in which you want to sort of craft your skill to in the way you want to play. So for now, my recommendation is to go ahead and click on show recommended gems, because that can be really overwhelming. We're going to go ahead and go +1 to limit. So now if we cast volcano, we can have 2 volcanoes spewing those projectiles out. It's great. It's fun. But as you can see, they go away pretty quickly. So got to be, cognizant of that. All right. We're going to summon Una, because we don't know what in the world is going on here. And she tells us that we gotta free this guy. Maybe we'll get some answers to what's going on in the dark woods. We can't even interact with the hooded one. And here's some lore here about, what's going on with this tree. Now that we found this, our quest has changed. And so right now we have Search the Red Veil, because we're done searching, and if you click it, it'll actually tell you where it is. And if you click these, I mean, the routes are impassable for now, so we can't go there. The beacons, there's no real map for it. I guess it's all over. And here we need to talk to Renly for our reward. So before we go over to Red Veil, we're gonna go back to Clearfell, And we're gonna get our reward for our killing the Devourer from Renly. And if we look at it closely, it says that we get a support gem and gold. So it's a win-win. Alright, we took down the Devourer. And we're gonna grab that. Plus our inventory's full. So, you know, we probably should get rid of some of these things. Now we get another support gem. We can. Looks like there's another space for a support gem here for Volcano. We can go ahead and, you know, since we did make this 50% less skill effect duration, we can increase the skill effect duration back another 30% if we wanted to. That's something. I think that might be a good thing. Entangle, we can do the prolonged duration for that, or we can make it so that it deals, it creates an additional fissure, but the supported skills will deal 20% less damage and have 20% less skill speed. So that's something to think about. Like, is it worth creating an additional fissure for having this much less damage and this much less skill speed? It's up to you whether or not you think that's worth it. And I say go ahead and try it. Try everything. Experiment. That's what this game allows you to do. And I think for me personally, that's where a lot of the fun is seeing how these support gems can change your skills and create a build in which you feel you have fun playing. Now, this gem is gray, and that's because it says warning 10 dexterity required, current dexterity 7. As we saw earlier, yes, our dexterity is 7, and the support requirements is 5 dexterity. We don't have enough. We need 10, and right now we only have 7. So if we want slow potency, we're gonna have to find dexterity somewhere. And if you need dexterity, you can always find them on your equipment. That's probably the best way to get them. And so you can see here, this armor gives plus 8 to intelligence. That's why we have 19 intelligence instead of 11. And so, you know, that's one way you can get it, and an easy. Oh, look at these bears. Nice. If you click on buy, you can search for what you're looking for down at the bottom here. So let's say we want something that gives dexterity. This is a dexterity requirement. This quiver gives plus 6 to dexterity, but we don't have money, nor do we use quivers. And it doesn't look like there's anything that gives dexterity that we can really use. So we don't really have that available to us. So what can we do? We can increase the duration, or we can create an additional fissure with Entangle. And so instead of when you cast it at it's just using one fissure on the ground, it'll use 2. It'll put 2 on the ground instead of 1. But still, like it says, the limit is 4. So you're gonna cast it twice instead of having to cast it 4 times, and that could be worth it. That could be worth the damage decrease and the skill speed decrease. But as we saw earlier, it's pretty dang strong, so it might be worth it. It might be worth it. Or we can do the prolonged duration, and honestly, the volcano duration did seem pretty short. It's only 4 seconds, so that would be worth it actually. Let's go ahead and just engrave this for now and see how it feels. I think that's the important thing. It's just you try it and you see how it feels. We have 5 scroll of identities, so we're gonna go ahead and use these on some of these. Let's do the boots. Ooh, this is great. 10% increased move speed and 8% increased rarity on low level boots. The 10% movement speed is gonna feel great. And rarity it's good because it increases the sort of like, instead of getting white items, you have a higher chance of getting magic and a higher chance of getting rare and a higher chance of getting unique items. And also in endgame, it will increase. I mean, it increases it throughout, but especially in endgame, it will increase like the amount of currencies that drop, and so like the amount of exalted orbs and things like that. So that's also going to be really important later.
I was just pleased.
We can go ahead and sell these rough greaves. 10% 10% quality on these guys. Oh, we don't need that or this. I wonder though. We're gonna go ahead and identify this. And identify this. Yeah, this sells for like 27 gold. This sells for like 45. 23. We have this medium life blast that recovers 90 life instead of our regular lesser life blast that recovers 50. And we have an orb of transmutation here. Why don't we just do it? Ooh, nice. So we increased the percent increased amount recovered has been increased by 43%, which is great. Now it's 129, which is almost double.
Stay safe.
Oh no, actually more than double. 129. Cannot math right now.
Hello. I've collected
All right,
these
and then we're gonna
items
sell
from the
these
treasure.
flasks. We're gonna keep. Yeah, we're gonna sell these flasks. We don't need them. We have 2 more scrolls of wisdom, and then we have these 2 quality items.
Stay safe.
Should we? The question is, should we? I'm gonna move this Druid playthrough all the way to the very top, along with. Yeah. I'm gonna move this to the very top, so it's the first thing that opens, and then this quality. For now, I guess we can just identify them and sell them. Let's just do that. Why not?
Finn makes
We could
fun
use
of
the gold.
collection, little treasure.
37 and 21. Not great, but we found those scroll of wisdoms, so it's probably worth it. And then you can always glance sort of at these and see if there's anything cool that's worth taking. +1 to all lightning spell skills. That's kind of cool. 34% increased spirit. That's kind of nice. But we're not playing a summoner's build, so we're gonna go look for something that might benefit us. And look, there's like these like amulets and stuff and charms. But this charm is 600, but we don't really need a fire charm right now. Fire resistance charm, I think so. We're gonna pass on that. 600 gold, which is a lot. And then these rings, my goodness, very expensive. We don't necessarily need any of that. We're not having any trouble with clearing or anything. So when you start dying a lot, that's probably when you're gonna take a look at the merchants and see, oh yeah, like I need to upgrade this, or I need to sort of change this about my equipment and stuff. And that's when you really should be looking at the vendors. But it's kind of fun to just glance every now and then and just kind of see what they have, and you might find something really cool. There's another uncut skill gem level 2, uncut support gem level 1. Let's go. And we leveled. GGG is looking down upon us. Alright, so our uncut skill gem, we're gonna go ahead, we could do Lunar Assault rank 2, but I'm curious what these might do for us. So as you can see, these don't require see this, it says warning incorrect weapon type. It requires a one-handed or two-handed mace to use these abilities. But if you go to elemental and occult, typically these like don't require a weapon. So you can use contagion, you can use unearth, you know, you can use ice nova, frost bomb, spark, etc. I feel like the only thing right now that we might want is maybe Frost Bomb. Because Frost Bomb does this thing where it increases elemental, it gives an elemental exposure, which decreases the enemy's total elemental resistances. And if you remember, under the resistances thing here, negative values cause you to take more damage. So if a monster has negative resistances, your spells and stuff like that will do more damage, again based on the damage type. So Frostbomb could be interesting. If you click on all gems down here on the bottom left, it will just kind of show you all the gems that are available to you. A lot of them are grayed out again because it's the wrong weapon type, but if you click on Flame Wall, you know, that's lit up, and all these other different ones. Furious Slam is primal up here like we saw, but under Elemental, Frostbomb might be the only one that's kind of like interesting to see. Flame Wall could affect our volcanoes, because see, if you read here, it creates a wall of fire, and any projectiles fired through the wall by you and allies deal added fire damage. So, you know, these little balls that fly, if they fly through a firewall, they'll probably do more damage. At least that's what I think the gem says, but we don't know how it interacts quite yet. Not until we try it for ourselves. Because sometimes in this game you think something works, but then you try it and it doesn't work. So really, it's all about testing it and trying it to see if it works the way that you want it to work. And sometimes the game actually intends for it to work that way, but it's just not working. And because this game is in early access, you could probably report these things and the developers will take a look into it and see if that is how they really intended it to be, and then they'll fix the wording, or they'll actually fix the ability to work the way that it's intended to work. But you know, it might be a little too complicated or complex to go into things outside of our skill tree for now, or at least outside the primal skill gems. And so we're gonna go ahead and just skip on leveling up this. We don't use Lunar Assault very often, or at all really, so we're not gonna upgrade that. I don't think it's worth it. All right, here's our first checkpoint. As you can see, it lit up that obelisk of Rusk on the top right. Investigate the obelisk, so we're gonna click on that. I do know we leveled up and I haven't allocated our skill point yet, so I will do this after I'm done. Wow. Look at this damage. It just destroys them. I feel like in previous iterations of this game, like in, you know, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, etc., I was having trouble sometimes at this map. Alright, so we're kind of going to our sort of, I don't know, what is this, like a medium-sized node? These are like the small nodes. This is like a medium-sized node. So this is 10% increased damage, gain 5% of damage as extra damage of a random element, and plus 5 to strength and intelligence. So overall, really decent, you know. If you don't know what gain does, I don't think I've explained it yet, but here it tells you all you need to know about damage gained. And like I said, there's some really cool YouTube videos that go into detail about how damage is calculated. And then I can go ahead and link some of those in the YouTube description. For this, we're gonna take a look at it, and you know, this looks like damage gain occurs in the bottom paragraph. Damage gain occurs in the same two-step process as damage conversion. Damage over time cannot benefit. So I mean, overall it's good. It just gives us more damage. We're not going to worry too much about the calculation. We're not trying to min-max anything. We're just trying to have some fun. So we're going to go into that.
There's one ahead.
There's another altar here. We'll clear this out. Looks like our mana is going down a little bit, but it's nothing that our mana flask cannot handle. Here's another uncut skill gem, another flask. And we're gonna keep exploring. This time we're going counterclockwise. That's just happened to be the way that we're going. Open this chest. So you can see here, there's like there's a fur plate, and there's a fur plate on top with like 2 white dots. that means that it has sockets on them. And so sockets, you can put runes into them, or in this patch I think they're called socketables. And we don't have any socketables right now, but when we do, we'll take a look at them. For now, we're not going to worry too much, but it's cool to have like a socketed item just in case you want to use it for something. If you're familiar with Diablo 2, socketable items are quite strong because you can create rune words with them. In this game, there are no rune words, but they still do increase your equipment and items to make them quite strong. Yeah, these vines are ridiculous. They do so much damage. There's another obelisk right here, and the checkpoint's right here. Checkpoint also will recover your life shield, your life, energy shield, and mana, in addition to your flasks, as we saw earlier. Man, I feel like they're just melting. Like, I don't even have to do anything. They're just absolutely melting. Alright, so it does look like we're not really following the wall here, so we're gonna go back down here and try to come back and find the wall. I just find that, you know, doing that for maps is just the most efficient. You can explore the map any way you'd like, but I just find the most efficient is usually to kind of just hug the wall a little bit. And you can see here some of these have minion underneath them. That means that there's a rare monster somewhere that is connected to this group of monsters. And looks like this might be him right here. He does a lot of damage, so be careful. I'm gonna switch this shred to lightning bolt. Never mind, it's not strong. We're gonna go back to shred. Our lightning bolt is we're still using like our level 1 lightning bolt, which is not very strong. So we're not gonna use that. We're gonna go to shred. Shred is so much better right now, even though it is not really like thematic, I guess. We're just gonna go with the stronger ability. My goodness. And there we go, another level. That's nice. Level 7. Alright, we're looking for that final obelisk here. Looks like, I'm guessing this just connects back this way, so we're gonna kind of go towards the middle here. Here we found the checkpoint. We're gonna activate it, and the obelisk is over here. Before we activate this one, I do want to allocate our passive skill tree point here. So here's a couple interesting decisions here that we can make. We can go ahead here, and remember we wanted dexterity possibly, so we could go here to get more dexterity. Increase damage and regenerate life per second. Increase area of effect. Increase damage. You kind of want to glance a little bit at like where these are going to kind of see like, oh yeah, is that something I kind of want to go towards? This one gives some increased defenses, which could be nice. Increase skill effect duration, so that will affect like So if you remember here, look, it says duration, right? So it's gonna increase this volcano duration here if we go into here. So that's something to also think about. You know, it's like, oh yeah, like I want like a longer skill effect duration. Just go there, go towards that way. But I think the area of effect might be kind of interesting because the volcano is area of effect here. So the higher area of effect, then you know the bigger the volcano is gonna be. And then same with Entangle also. Like it says AoE here, so I'm guessing that like the fissure might be affected. Like the size of the fissure might be affected by the AoE. So let's just go to the AoE here. I'm curious as to how that's gonna affect it. And you could always, you know, look if you again open up your gem skill window by pushing G, or if you don't know where to go, you can always click on the bottom left here, the little menu. It'll pull up all these if you don't remember the hotkeys. And then you're gonna go ahead and just look at, you know, sort of what's what. It doesn't say anything about area of effect that I can see. Yeah, I don't see anything about area of effect per se, but the skill does say that it's AoE, so I'm guessing it's the size of the fissure. But we won't really know that until later. I mean, what was it? 5% increased area effect. I don't think we can see that. At least it'd be really hard to see it. Oh, there's a monster. Let's go ahead and just put some vines down. Here's the boss, the Rust King. He's not that bad right now, but our HP is going down, so let's be mindful. That ability, you can just make sure you're always walking around. See these little blades? Let's try not to get hit by that. Oh, see, he's charging up, and you hear that sort of like whirring up. Oh, and he's doing that. Just gotta pay attention to the boss and see what they're doing. Oh, looks like he summoned some friends. So we gotta be careful. But as we saw, the damage is ridiculous. The damage is ridiculous on this guy. He's summoning more. You gotta dodge that. Oh. Nice. We got him. And here we get our first uncut skill gem level 3. So we're gonna go ahead and look at now. You see on the left side here, there's sort of like these numbers. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13. We can go ahead and look at the level 3 abilities here for Primal, in which they recommend Shockwave Totem, Wing Blast, Rolling Magma, and Pounce. Rolling Magma is a Wyvern ability, so it will shapeshift you into a Wyvern when you use it. So that might be pretty cool. Wing Blast, same thing. Shapeshift, Wyvern, AoE, melee, wind. Requires a talisman to use, so that's something to think about as well. So, you know, we gotta be using a talisman to be able to use this ability, or to use the skill. Same with this, but it's a martial weapon. What are martial weapons? If you hover over it, it'll say that it's axes, bows, claws, crossbows, daggers, flails, etc., etc. So as long as you're equipping one of those, you can use Shockwave Totem. I kind of want to try Rolling Magma just to see what it's like. Shapeshift into a Wyvern and lob a ball of magma that deals area damage as it hits the ground. Skill Chains. Bouncing forward to deal damage multiple times. Impacts on molten fissures. What is a molten fissure? I see. I don't think volcano is a molten fissure. No, it is not. Molten fissures usually created by slams, so I don't think we have any of those, but even the Furious Slam doesn't create molten fissures, so we won't be able to really utilize this final sentence here. Oh, actually, it says impacts volcanoes right here. So, I mean, it might be good since we're going volcano, right? So, why don't we just engrave this? If you don't want to try this, you're always welcome to level up your Entangle or Volcano or any other skill gem you want to level 3. But we're going to go with Rolling Magma. We're not using Lunar Assault, so we're going to go ahead and just take that and put it away in our inventory. And we're going to use Rolling Magma instead. Let's just grab these. Oh, we don't have space. Can we make space? Possibly. I don't know if we can make space. Made a little bit of space. Okay. We're gonna create a portal to town, go sell some of our stuff, and then go back.
Hello. I've collected these over
We
time.
only have one scroll of identity or scroll of wisdom. We don't necessarily need. Let's just identify this and sell it. 142, not bad. And I feel like we're at this point where we can start buying these scrolls to
I accept.
identify the rare items so that we can sell them. The blue items typically don't sell for very much. I think the game is built where the more modifiers an item has, the more it sells for. So the rare items typically will be worth identifying to sell. This double socketed fur plate, I guess since we don't have any socketables, we can just sell it for now. We'll find more later.
Thank you.
And then the Lunar Assault skill gem, let's just hold on to it in case we make another druid that's focused on shapeshifting. If we don't, we can always just sell it if we run out of space in our stash or whatever.
Catch your eye.
And then we got another support gem. Let's go ahead and let's do Upheaval. I want to see if it's worth it because I want to try that. It's the one that increases
If you can.
your number of fissures. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just dump these skill gems into our gem stash tab here. I have so many stash tabs because I purchased them through the microtransaction shop. If you want more stash tabs or stash tabs that do specific things like holding onto currency, gems, essences, etc., you can buy them from the microtransaction shop. If you've purchased the game, then you get some coins for free. But if you're playing for free during a free-to-play weekend or when the game fully comes out, it will be free to play. And you don't have any coins, you can always buy them in the microtransaction shop. And I think the shortcut for that is M. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. If you hit escape and you go to microtransaction shop, you can browse all the ones. The stash is here under shop, under stash tabs, and you can see all the different stash tabs here that you can buy for coins. Right now I have 50, I think, left over from some stuff. You can just buy like an extra stash tab or a premium stash tab. Premium stash tabs allow you to list your items for sale. A quad stash tab is like that huge one. Huge like weapon one that I had. This one. So these, it's like so much bigger than the regular ones. These are sort of the regular stash tabs. Alright, now we talk to Renly for our quest. And grab this. This is unidentified. Well, why don't we just identify it just to see?
What do you think?
21% of recovery applied instantly might be nice,
I will treasure
but
it.
we don't need it. I'm fine with mine right now. Just sell it for the money. We did leave an item on the ground, so let's go back and pick it up. Why not pick up the straw sandals while we're here? We have like a little bit of the map left to explore, so if you want to go and explore and kill like more monsters, you can do that. We did find the altar, and then we did find like that blood sacrifice altar, and then we did find the only icon on this map, which is now X'd out since we were able to kill him. Now that we have the spikes, we can go back to the waypoint. Click on the waypoint. We're going to go back to the Grellwood, where the quest is to put the spikes into the tree. We're going to go ahead and spike the tree. Easy money. And I hope you're enjoying the game and having fun. It is a lot of information though.
He's
Alright, we're going to talk to Una real quick. We're going to meet Una in Clearfell. Let's go ahead and click on Clearfell. Click on Una. Talk to her. Quest complete. What's our next quest? Summon Una to ask for help clearing the roots. So since we found the Grim Tangle earlier, we don't have to find the Grim Tangle now. And we can summon Una to clear our roots of the Grim Tangle.
If the Fey spirits are still
She's gonna sing. And the roots are gonna be cleared.
old magic still thrives.
And we can go through.
The way's open. Please hurry.
These guys are a lot. These guys are strong, so be careful. There's like these poisoned mushroom like sort of like artillery monsters, like this guy right here. He's like throwing mushrooms and hitting the ground. Like that does so much damage. These purple orbs do a lot of damage, so be careful with those too. It's a modifier called volatile plants, which this guy has. There's these mushrooms that he also throws on the ground too, that explode when you walk over them, so be careful, like that. That does damage. See, these orange puddles on the ground do damage, so there's just sort of damage everywhere. So you gotta be careful in these tunnels. But if you die, it's not that bad. You just get resurrected at the checkpoint. Unfortunately, the monsters do respawn, and the monsters that you were fighting are probably not going to be there, so that's something to think about as well if you respawn. You can always just respawn at checkpoint if you want, and you'll get ported to the last checkpoint that you were at. This guy throwing his little mushroom bombs at us. It does look like we got that fissure ability, or upheaval rather, and so now there's 2 fissures per spell cast. We don't have to cast 4 times anymore. You just cast twice, and we have enough vines on the ground, which is really cool. Let's use our wyvern ability. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, ooh, that's a lot of little explosions, which is pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. Watch out for those mushrooms. They'll get ya when you least expect it. I'm gonna replace this with the wyvern ability, the rolling magma. Man, that dragon looks pretty sick too. Wow. Watch out for that. Those poisons, we don't want to stand in that thing. But man, that volcano is just destroying. That's crazy. Here's our next little altar thingy. We got our skill gem level 3. And we can upgrade either Volcano or Entangle. I'm going to go with Volcano since we got the Rolling Magma recently to sort of buff it. Oh, and here's our boss here. Den of the Druid. This guy. He teleported. Watch out for these mushrooms in the middle. If you step on them, they will explode. You always kind of want to be moving. Watch out for that ability too. It could be quite strong in these vines. Dodge him. Walk around him. Teleported again. Where'd he go? Oh, he didn't teleport. Looked like he did. He's summoning a rock. If you stand in this, it will teleport you. Just roll out. Nice. We got a Magus Tome Hip attachment. Nice. Alright, we got another support gem, which is always real nice, and we're just gonna go ahead and pick up these magic items. Alright. I don't even need Entangle. Look at this magma, dude. That's just crazy. Alright. Nice. This is super cool. I love how seamless it is, like going from like casting like into shapeshifting. It's just so quick. It doesn't feel clunky at all. I'm gonna grab this staff because we need a we need a new staff to help us out here. Let's see. We don't have space, so I guess we could go back to town. It could be getting to that point where we don't pick up magic items unless we really need them. All right, where's Una? There she is. She went to the tent because she's looking after the hooded one. Gotta let the game load. We're gonna do this staff here. Gain 26% of extra 20%. I'm sorry. Gain 26% of damage as extra lightning damage, and a 19% increased attack speed. We don't have any boosts from this staff, so we're gonna replace it, and we're just gonna sell this because we don't need that anymore. Let's see our other staffs and our wands. The wands are okay, not great. Focuses or foci, and then we have this rare, which like it's okay, but honestly I prefer the increased movement speed and the increased rarity of items. I feel like these two modifiers are quite strong. You do get more life and more mana and, you know, life regen. Strength also inherently boosts your life, so if you want more life, you're more than welcome to get, you know, boots that increase that. But movement speed is just very strong in this game. We're gonna sell these, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and confirm we're not gonna pick up magic items unless it's a magic item that we really need. So perhaps a belt, perhaps gloves, yeah, definitely gloves, because we're not really using attacks or attack speed anymore. Let's see if rolling magma uses attack speed. It does use attack speed. So Rolling Magma is an attack, and it's based on 85% of base. But I do feel like we're mostly using Rolling Magma to do this final thing, which is impacts volcanoes. Impacts on volcanoes will activate them as though they were slammed. So I feel like that's the main reason why we're using Rolling Magma. And if that's the case, attack speed is good. We don't care too much about the attack damage, because the faster we attack, the more activations the volcanoes will have. And that's really good. We're gonna go ahead and put our orb of transmutation inside here. And we got a new orb called the Orb of Alchemy. Orb of Alchemy is quite good. It upgrades a normal or magic item to a rare item with 4 random modifiers. So it changes your you typically use them for normal items. So you take a white item, you use it, and then it'll turn it into a rare with 4 random modifiers. That's why we do it. And it's quite strong, so we keep that. Support gem, our next support gem. We can try putting it on Rolling Magma. But here's the thing, right? Multi-shot might be good on it. Magnified area might be good on it. Projectile deceleration might be good on it. Those might be good, but we can't really use these because, you know, it requires 10 dexterity. We only have 7 right now. So I wonder, remember when I was saying that, you know, the attack speed would be good? I wonder if there's something that will like increase the speed. So we're going to go ahead and click on speed, right? We're going to search for speed. And we see this right here. Supported skills have increased attack speed. 15% increased attack speed. That might be something that we kind of want to get. So, let's see if we can get 7 dexterity somehow. Talk to Renly. He has a new quest for us to go to Ogum Village. So, we're going to look for dexterity and see if he now has an item for us. Nope, can't use that. Nope. There's nothing. So we don't really have an option to add that. We can save it, or we can just engrave something now. I think we'll just engrave prolonged duration to our Entangle. I think that'll help with that. Alright, and we're going back. The socket's nice, but we don't really need it right now. And we found the checkpoint. So again, it's kind of nice to just check the map, see how much of it we didn't explore. Doesn't look like that much, but then we do have sort of, again, the Grim Tangle here, and the icon, the only one that was there was Irving, and we killed the Rotten Druid. So we don't have anything left in this map. Let's just go ahead and go to the Cemetery of Eternals. If you want to go ahead and clear the map entirely, you're more than welcome to do that. Have fun. I think a huge part of this game is killing stuff. Alright, we're gonna talk to Lachlan. Something about revenge for his family. Keep forgetting that we don't need to use the vines as much because we have the upheaval. You also might notice that this time my mana is like getting drained pretty quickly. I mean, I feel like a huge part of that is the volcano. And look at this rolling magma, like it just destroys my mana. It's 11 mana, 10 mana, and 13 mana. I mean, yeah, I guess that also as well. So something to notice also that I didn't talk about, but you do see it here on prolonged duration, is a cost multiplier. So some support gems will add a cost multiplier to that skill. So prolonged duration on both Volcano and Entangle will multiply the cost by 120%, which means, you know, right now it's 11 mana right here on the skill gem, but with this it turns into 13 mana. So that's something to keep in mind. It's not, you're thinking, oh, the difference between 11 and 13 is not that bad. It's not, but I think over time it does you know, increase it. We're gonna grab that Changeling Talisman just in case it does something cool for our Wyvern, if we choose to craft on it. Alright, and we leveled up. We're gonna identify this. It gives 32% increased spell damage and 8 cold resistance. It might be good if we find some sort of wand that can pair with it really well. There's a ring. Rings are great. This gives 25 max mana, increased rarity, which is great, and increased or adds fire damage to attacks. We don't really need to add fire damage to attacks, but it's nice to have that rarity there. Superior quarterstaff, we don't really need that. Uncut skill gem level 3. Let's go ahead and do Entangle. And also, you can see here that the cost of Entangle is going to go up to 12 if we increase the level. So that's something to keep in mind. But other things happen to the ability as well. Like it does more damage, you know. So typically it is worth. Alright, so we found a Ruby Charm, our first charm. We're going to go ahead and equip it into our charm slots here. If you don't have a charm slot available, it's likely because you don't have a belt. Belts gives you charm slots. And this right now has 0 charges. We got to refill it at the well. So we'll just wait until we get to town. This guy hurts. He slams the ground. So you gotta be mindful of that. Grab this chest. Open that urn. It goes on fire. Alright. And here's our first checkpoint. Looks like a ancient ruin. And I'm not sure. I think the epitaphs are just lore. So if you click them, it'll just kind of read it.
My beloved son.
And you can exit them if you don't care. And then you can click the sarcophagus. It'll give you another ring. I think it's a random. So we got a Lazuli ring, which at its base is to increase max mana, which isn't great, but it is what it is. We don't need the physical damage to attacks anymore because we're not really using attacks. So we're gonna go with the extra mana, since I was talking about having, like, we don't necessarily have mana issues, but you know, we are using a lot of mana. Oh, and look at this. We found a lesser desert urn. We're gonna pick it up. We'll look at it in a little bit here. Another support gem. I'm just getting blessed with the support gems. We're kind of at the point where like the damage feels pretty good now. It's not like deleting the monsters anymore, but it does feel pretty good. We got frozen. Gotta be careful with these wraiths. They do this frost nova that freezes you. Alright. These guys with the little pillars on their back slam and do that shockwave damage there, so you gotta be careful. And again, death's not that big of an issue when you're leveling through the campaign. You just kind of have to start over at the checkpoint. It can get a little frustrating for sure if you keep dying though. But you know, we go again. Oh, we found a lockbox or a strong box. So here's the checkpoint for the mausoleum of the Praetor. The thing about lockboxes, I mean strong boxes, is that you can identify them and then continue to add modifiers to them if you want, kind of like an item. We're gonna look at this rune. So if you add it to a martial weapon, it's gonna add 4 to 6 fire damage. If you add it to a wand or staff, then you gain fire damage, and you add it to any armor, so any like gloves, robes, chest piece, helm, etc., then you'll get, you know, plus 10 to fire resistance. Pretty cool to have. Let's hold on to that. And then we're gonna activate. Oh, we can select wyvern form now. Interesting. I wonder when that happened. And what is the icy ren? Yeah, because that was not there before, but now it is. It probably happened when we unlocked the third tier of our skill gems. If you click this strong box, it's gonna activate, and since we don't know what the modifiers are, it could be something bad. So just be careful. Sometimes it'll like freeze you when you activate it. God, this just melts if you get all your spells down and stuff. Watch out for those little volcano balls. Alright. Cool talisman. Really, we don't need physical damage though. 6 strength. But you know, I think overall, either of these are going to be better than what we have right now, because we just have like a 1 to 10 lightning damage and 2 to all melee skills, which we don't really use melee skills. Rolling magma is not a melee skill, so if you look here, it doesn't say melee underneath it at all, whereas like rend, it says melee right here, so you know that it'll give +2 that. Whereas like when we switch to it, see, it says +5. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't even know that happens. Oh, that's sick. All right, well, this is our only melee skill right now, and we don't really use it, so we don't really need this talisman. We can switch to one of these. Do we want 6 strength, which will give us a little bit more life, or do we want 8 strength? Because the stun buildup we don't really use. Accuracy is more for attacks. We don't really use. Physical damage we don't really use. So we'll take the 8 strength. All right. And then we're going to hold on to this guy because +2 to melee skills. If we make a shapeshifting werewolf or bear, then we might want to have that for later. Again, watch out for this guy. Oh, these 2 guys. There's 3? No, there's 2. Okay. There's 2 rares here. So we want to be careful. All right. We don't really need those. Guess we could pick up the gloves. All right. This dictum in front of the mausoleum will tell you who you're gonna fight. In this mausoleum, it's gonna be Draven. Okay. Draven is a little bit harder, in my opinion, than the other boss. There's gonna be 2 bosses. Okay. So we got the waypoint and we got the checkpoint. Let's go ahead and look for the other boss and see if we're able to find their cemetery thingy. I don't remember if it was like also called the mausoleum or what. And look here, we found the altar. Looks like it's these monsters that have sort of like the red corruption on them. And we got a regal orb and an artificer's orb. Nice. We'll take a look at those. Oh wow. So it looks like we got enough beacons to go through this thing. So we're gonna go through it. I don't know what happens if it like disappears or whatever, so let's just take advantage of it. Okay. So Regal Orb upgrades a magic item to a rare item. So, you know, any of these sort of magic items that we want to make better, we can go ahead and use that. I think it'd be interesting to play with that later. Artificer's Orb adds an augment socket. So you remember how like the armor had 2 sockets? If we put it in one of these, it'll just add a socket to it, which is nice. So we'll keep those. And then we're going to go into the Vaal runes. We also leveled up, so we're going to go ahead and put our passive point, we're gonna go more into the increased area of effect. I don't know if we really need the immobilization. Entangle, I don't remember if it immobilizes or not. It says it slows them, but I don't think slow is an immobilization. No, it's not. Immobilization is like frozen, pinned, heavy stun, electrocuted, etc. This is not. But I want that increased area of effect, so we're still gonna go into it. Alright. This is the first time I've been in here, so this is pretty cool. We have our access to our stash, and we have this temple console here that we can play with. Looks like we have 6 energized crystals, or it says 6 energized crystals are required to activate the to activate the temple console. So we can add more paths. We can add a commander's chamber. Construct monsters have 8% increased effectiveness. Chests have more rarity. Rarity is always nice. Effectiveness. More monster life, more experience, and more quantity of items. So that's kind of good. Guardhouse, 10% increased number of monster packs. Okay, so we can add this chamber. I'm gonna add it over here. Oh, that's kind of weird because it... I see. What does this do? Construct monsters have increased effectiveness. It doesn't look like it affects any of these. I mean, it looks like there's like a red path through there, but it doesn't really, it didn't really like level it up like the way this changed to like a tier 2 when I dropped this one. What does this do? Chests have a smithy, a bronze works. Oh, let's make a path. Oh, interesting. It like created a path to this even though... Huh. Weird. I mean, we don't want to go down there. We want to go up, right? So let's do that. I read that as Blazeworks. Oops. You guys know who Blazeworks is? He's the goat. Let's do that. And then I don't really know. Oh, see, this increased to 2. So let's do that. And one more path. Bro, this path is so weird. I kind of like screwed myself over a little bit. It's okay. We'll do that. I guess we're gonna run it. Let's put all this stuff in. Let's go. I have no idea if that was good or not. It looked pretty bad because it looked like I kind of screwed myself over with that final placement of that path. I wasn't thinking though. I guess I also don't really know what I'm looking for. Alright. These monsters are not that bad, I guess. Okay. Exalted workbench. Interesting. Augments a rare equipment item with a new modifier. Okay, so it functions like a exalted orb, I guess. Why don't we use this to increase this into a rare, and then we'll do this and craft it just to see. 4 life per enemy killed. Not bad, but also not great. But you know, we gamba. And it looks like the other rooms that we placed are over here. So I'm gonna go towards that way. Here's another exalted workbench. You can keep going. 8 to intelligence. You know, it's not rolling that great. Because what we want is like, you know, plus fire spell skills or something. Oh. You just gotta be careful. You gotta watch the monsters and just, you know, just gotta dodge them. Oh, yeah, that hurt. He has an elemental resistance aura on him, so we're not gonna do that. Our fire damage does not do that much damage. Also, we almost got destroyed. Gotta be careful, this guy hurts. Ooh. Oh my gosh. And he has like an elemental resistance aura, which is not great for us. Got him anyway. Nice. Room completed.
I'm full up.
Changeling. Let's drop that. And we'll see. 7 to 10 cold damage is not great. We don't need that. We don't need this. We don't really need this. Although, you know, I feel like this might be better with a 30%, 32% increased spell damage. We just don't have a wand that goes with it. We'll just hold on to the rest of this for now. We did level up. We're going to keep going with the increased area of effect. Later on, you will get the ability to respec your passive tree points. Like you can, you know, change it and put it into something else for like a little bit of cost to money. And so don't be too. Oh wow, a unique ruby charm. We don't have a scroll of wisdom, so we don't know what it is yet. And I don't know the game well enough just to be like, oh, it's this unique. So don't be afraid to, you know, just put your passive tree points in, and then you can redo them later. I'm gonna back up here. Oh, can't back up. It looks like the room closed us in. Gotta watch out for those waves of volcanoes, I guess. I mean, waves of lava. Those don't look fun. And also this guy slams. That was scary. The interesting thing about the Druid is that with all these like elemental skills, they kind of just do damage for you. They like stay out and they do damage for you, you know? It's almost like having a damage over time ability without like having a damage over time ability. I don't know if that makes sense. Adds an augment socket to a martial weapon, wand, staff, or armor. I guess like I don't really need this right now. And there's a thing where you don't have to like put your item in there. You can just take this mechanism. So we're gonna try that. And we get an orb. Nice. So I guess we should have done that with the other like the workbench earlier, because these rolled kind of bad. Like what we're looking for when it comes to a staff is like increased spell damage, increased fire damage, fire skills, plus to like fire skills and stuff like that. Like those are the things we want, you know. Looks like the temple is complete. We did as much as we could. We're gonna open the map. We can't really do anything there. So it looks like it's time for us to leave. Oh, there's an exalted workbench in the corner. I almost left it. Oh, I guess there's nothing like to say that you can take it, so I guess we have to craft it and see. This this is pretty bad. This is what I would say is like not great, because it gives like gain damage, which is not bad, but then all the other traits are not great. Plus max mana, you can get that on other equipment. Plus, so this trait, the 36 increased spell damage and the 34 to max mana, that's a tier 7 on the right side. You could see it says T7, but it's connected, and so like the hybrid modifiers that give spell damage and max mana, they're usually not great unless you want to roll additional spell damage in addition to your regular spell damage modifier. There's a website called Path of Exile that I really like, that essentially lays out all the different things that can drop from your that's funny, you can see the thing underneath the ground. It lays out all the modifiers that can roll on an item, and so you can go there to see if you're really curious about crafting. It's called Path of Exile, and you want to make sure you're on PoE 2 instead of PoE 1. It looks like we're done here. We might have to... We can go to the checkpoint, I guess, and get out that way. So let's do this. And... Or you can always just open a portal if you don't want to walk all the way back to the checkpoint or whatever. And let's see if we can get out this way. Cemetery. Yep. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the cemetery. We do have like somewhat full thing, but we're gonna try to find the other... Oh, here it is. It's a tomb. It's not a mausoleum. Tomb of the Consort with Asinia. So we're gonna go enter. We're gonna grab the waypoint. Let's just do Asinia since we're here. And Asinia is a little bit easier than Draven, in my opinion. So we're gonna go ahead and just... Ow. These shield guys, they will, whenever they get hit with a projectile, they will send a little projectile back at you. So if you're playing like a ranger or a mage, like a sorceress, you know, and you're using projectiles at them, be careful, because they... And apparently, my vines count as projectiles against these guys. Holy cow, look at that. So just be careful, because those things hurt. And I don't think I'm going to use these vines against them, because oh my gosh, there goes all my... And they're fire resistant. How fun. Okay, gotta be careful. Oh my gosh. If you hit them from behind though, surprisingly they don't like send it back. I guess because they use their shield to send back stuff. We're gonna grab this scroll this time. Superior mask. Those, I think, superior items are worth grabbing later. But for now, we're just gonna leave them. The reason why they're good for later is because you will get a workbench where you can dismantle superior items, and they will give you an amulet with 15 strength. Let's do it. Let's take it. And it'll give you shards, which you can use to make orbs that will put sockets into your items for you. Oh yeah, let's grab the nettle talisman just in case and make some space here. And we're gonna grab another scroll of wisdom. Man, these guys hurt. I usually will die around this time as well, just because these guys hurt. And that guy. You know, if you don't want to kill him, you can probably just like lead him around the corner and then just like try to ditch him. because he has extra energy shield and all that stuff. Like, do I want to deal with that? Not really. And so this Haunted Treasures will spawn one of those shield dudes. If you want to see just kind of what modifiers he has elemental resistance aura. I don't really want to deal with that right now, so we can just go ahead and skip it. And it looks like this is a dead end. We're gonna have to walk back. We're gonna run past this guy here. It's okay to skip monsters and stuff like that. You lose out on the XP and like the drops and stuff like that, but if you want to try it, you can. Go for it. But for me, I feel like it's just not worth the time. And at such low level, I think we can, you know, find those items elsewhere later on, or stronger items later on as well. But I do feel the strength of sort of like the vines and the volcanoes and stuff like that on these sort of normal monsters. On those high, like, ooh, I'm stuck. On those high defense monsters, like the guys with the shield who like reflect projectiles back at you. Of course, you know, they're gonna have higher defenses and more life, especially the rare monsters and stuff. This guy looks like he's stuck. Okay. We're gonna do the 8% increased damage, I think. Alright. Another dead end. You can open these coffins, they will likely spawn more monsters. If you want more monsters. Gosh, those guys hurt, man. Even these, like, even the normal versions of them do so much damage with those projectiles reflecting back. It's kind of scary. Gotta watch out for these volatile plants.
Nature takes what's old.
Gonna grab that Regal Shard. And here's our boss, Asinia.
Now you shall meet your end. Die already.
Watch out for these sigils on the ground here. Oh, there's that sound. I'm gonna break out of that cage because she's gonna cast the Bone Storm on top of it. And just like that, look at her health. She's just like gone. Alright.
Your grip on this world is broken.
We don't have space, so we're gonna go back to town real quick.
Yes.
Talk to Una. Oops, I sold my wisdom scrolls. We're gonna sell this. Sell this and sell this, I think. Comparatively, I think ours is better. I like the 8 intelligence, and the energy shield has more energy shield, so we're gonna sell this. 55 energy shield, 3 life regen per second. That might be worth. We lose the 8 intelligence, which, like, it might be worth it. More energy shield.
I will treasure it.
Don't need. Keep. 12 max mana. They're about the same.
Oh, I like this one.
Okay, we don't need
Oh,
that.
I like this one.
Actually, we'll keep it for our other characters. Our other low level characters. We can put those away. Do we need more support gems? We're gonna put these over here. Let's do, yeah, this. You could control left click to just quickly put it in there, but then I have like my currency tabs like set to automatically do it. So if I control left click, it will automatically put it in the currency tab. And I want to keep this Druid playthrough stash separate so that you all can see what's going on. Uncut skill gem level 3. I don't need that right now. And we go to Una for this.
Take your time.
37% increased charges grants up to your max rage on use. Let's use it. Why not? Chance shard. Artificer's orb. Chance shard, a stack of them becomes an orb of chance, and when you use the orb of chance on a normal item, has a chance to create it, turn it into a unique rarity, creating one of these unique items. Unique items are pretty strong in Path of Exile 2. Not as strong as like in Diablo 2, but I feel like fairly strong in Path of Exile 2 because it can define your build. I don't think we need another support gem for anything. We could just use it on this to increase the attack. Why not? I mean, increase the attack area. Why not? I don't think we left anything on the ground in there. We can double check. We did. Oh yeah, we left the quest item there. That would have been bad. Now we go back to the Cemetery of Eternals. And then we can go to the checkpoint here. If for some reason the map is reset because you took too long, you can always click on your waypoint and then click on the Mausoleum of the Praetor, which will get you to Draven's dungeon. And now we look for Draven. These lightning rates can be hard to fight against if you're playing like a lightning based character. High lightning resistance. Oh, there's our buddy. We're gonna use this statue to try to dodge him. Oh, and here we found him already. Just gonna keep walking around until you find him.
Your soul will join my steeple of death.
Watch out for that swing. It could do a lot of damage. The interesting thing about monsters in this game is that when they fire multiple projectiles, you can get hit by multiple of them. So be careful. Oh, gotta watch out for that. He does kind of like a wide slam there. He will summon a Cinia to do those sigils that we saw earlier. He's almost dead though, as you can see. The damage is ridiculous on this character. I don't even have like good like weapons. Typically you need good weapons to, you know, do a lot of damage, but looks like you just don't need that.
lord in life.
All right.
Nuisance and
We don't really need those. Okay. We're going back to the Cemetery of Eternals. We are going to go to the checkpoint to go back to Lachlan.
do my eyes again deceive me?
He's gonna ask you to open the gate.
Praise the first ones. What is this? Graves, Isabel, Talker, Callum.
Be careful here. He's gonna turn into a boss and he's gonna do a slam. So
Family.
if you stand too close to him, you can get hit by his slam, and he's gonna.
Bastard Eternals.
He can sometimes one-shot you. That's happened to me so many times. That slam right there. Be careful. This guy has a lot of like area of effect attacks that you kind of want to be careful for. Again, you just gotta watch him and make sure you're sort of dodging these like lightly colored things. Whenever you hear that sound effect, that slam's coming, just make sure you watch for when that slam's gonna hit the ground. And like previous bosses, this guy is just getting absolutely melted by our Druid here. Oh, that was very close. Nice. Alright, got another skill gem with some things there. We won't take a look at those items until we get back later in town. And again, each item has every like different modifier, so it really depends on what you're looking for. Here we have another NPC named Delwyn, who, if you talk to him, will explain what this thing is. It's an ancestral spirit that will buff monsters as it runs through them. When it finds a rare monster, it will possess the rare monster and make it stronger, and thus giving it like higher rarity and things like that. But each ancestral spirit does something different. This is a stag spirit, so it will show up once in a while and just start using lightning on you, so you gotta be careful. See, like that. These guys has a lightning mirage trait, so these little shadows will follow you every single time you do damage to him, and then when you run over them, they will explode. So, or when they reach you, they will explode. Here's another rune.
I see you. Hope you're friendly. Aye. If you've we running on.
All right.
Spirit, gotcha.
This is a glacial rune. So, the one before we found was a desert rune. This one is like the cold version of that. So this is like all these fire things. This is a cold one. And then we leveled up, so we're just gonna go into the Harbinger of Disaster, and then we're gonna look for the other things on this map. So I didn't look at it when we were at the mausoleum and like the tomb of the consort, but again, you can see, you know, there's Forgotten Riches. The icon is still lit up, which means we didn't find the Forgotten Riches for the mausoleum of the Praetor, which is Draven's dungeon. We didn't find it. If you want to find it, you can go back and get it. Same thing with the embattled trove for the tomb of the consort for Assinia. But we did find it. It's just that when we found it, it spawned a shield guy with an elemental resistance aura, which I didn't want to deal with. So if you want to go back and fight him, you can. You're more than welcome to do that. Treasure chests usually means that you can, it's just something that gives you items. There are going to be some like, I guess, like events and things, icons on the map that will give you like specific things. And if you look closely, for example, let's look at this one over here. It has a little plus symbol on there underneath the icon. And right here too. The crow bell has a little plus symbol there. That means that it will give you like a plus ability or plus something that'll make you improve your character. Those are typically more worth to go to. Because those are the only times you can get those things. And if you look here too closely at the Beira of the Rotten Pack, you can see that there's also a plus symbol. And remember, she gave us the plus 10 to cold resistance. So, you know, if you are not that into doing it, if you're not a completionist, then you don't have to go back and do it. But the ones that are worth doing are the ones with the little plus symbol. Here's our first checkpoint and our first thing. It's Freythorn. It looks like it goes to another map. If you look here, Freythorn is here. And so let's just go ahead and get the waypoint. It's a good habit, I think. Because I have had maps respawn on me. Like if I go to town and I like take a break and like go to the restroom or, you know, get some food to eat or something, and then I come back and then, you know, the map's reset. And so I have to start all over. It can be a little annoying sometimes, so it just kind of helps with that. But, you know, if you enjoy doing that, then by all means. Play how you want to play. Elemental resistance aura on this guy, you can tell by the little circle underneath his feet. And if you hover over him, it'll say elemental resistance aura. He's also evasive, which means that his evasion is really high. So if you do like attacks and stuff like that, you have a high chance of missing. I'm gonna grab this sapphire charm. It's gonna be helpful later for the last boss of this act. This guy has an energy shield aura. He's blue. And he's also accurate, which means that he has a high chance to hit you, even though you might have a lot of evasion. Also, I'm kind of cheesing him a little bit. He's stuck behind this little wall here. But you know, we'll take all the wins we can get. And he dropped a body rune and a mind rune. And if you're curious, you can always just look at them and see what they do. All the runes are different. I'm not going to go through and explain them because there's so many of them. Here we have Ogham Farmlands, and if you open up your map, you can see the Ogham Village is Ogham Farmlands is here, which leads to Ogham Village. We're gonna go there eventually, but we might as well get the waypoint, right? Since we're here. There's the waypoint and the checkpoint, and then we're gonna go back. I love this dragon form. It looks so cool. Or wyvern, excuse me, for all the fantasy nerds out there. Wyverns and dragons are different things. Do not get them confused. Yeah, these guys are chonky boys. They got a lot of health. Alrighty. Gonna sprint through here, try to find these guys here, the little porcupines that, like, you know, throw like spikes at you and stuff. They hurt, so be very careful. I've died quite a bit to them, especially at endgame. They just do so much damage sometimes. They hit you from like off screen and you're like, what? This double-socketed, you know, feathered robe might be cool. So we're gonna pick it up. Volatile plants on this guy, so let's be careful. Volatile plants used to do a lot of damage. It would basically one-shot you. There's a wand here, so we're gonna grab it just in case it gives something good, and we can pair it with our focus. They realized it was doing way more damage than it intended to, and then they fixed it, and now it's not as bad as it used to be, but it can definitely still kill people. There's been an interesting amount of death clips from hardcore players dying to volatile plants and stuff like that they didn't see. This Cinderbark Talisman is pretty cool because increased flammability magnitude. Might be interesting later. Alright, so we can kind of see this tile looks a little different. Looks like an arena. So there's a boss here. We're going to keep exploring, and here we go. Here's the checkpoint. Alrighty. This is Crowbell. He sort of has like 3 phases. This is the beginning phase. Watch out for his slams. You're gonna hear that sound effect. Just follow this guy. He's gonna go on to this next area here. Grab his bell. At least not yet. We're gonna have to down him a little bit before he grabs that bell. Yeah, that sound effect, it just kind of tells you. There you go. You can keep doing damage to him when he's like moving and stuff, but it definitely like a lot less damage. As you can see, like the damage slows down when he's sort of moving like that. And then when he gets to his next area and he starts his next phase, ow, that took all my energy shield. Then, you know, see his health starts dropping again. Be careful with these wide swings here. Ooh, that hit me, but it did not kill me. Another skill gem, a couple regal orbs, which is great. Alright, we don't have space. We're gonna go ahead and grab this book of specialization right now, and if you right click it, it's gonna grant you 2 weapon set skill passive points. Alright, and then we have like this yellow staff here, which I kind of want to pick up. I guess I don't really need that medium flask. We're gonna move these over so we can grab this, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up our passive tree. So that book of specialization gave us a 2 weapon set skill points, which it can get really complicated if you don't really understand it. But simply put, weapon set points on the top right here, you could go hover over the little eye. It will tell you that weapon set points are a number of skill points that can be used for your weapon sets. And weapon set points allow a single skill point to instead be allocated to 2 different passive skills. You gain the benefits of these passive skills depending on which weapon set you currently have active. Weapon set points cannot allocate jewel sockets or keystone passive skills. So these are your weapon sets. On weapon set 2, I have my talisman, which is 2-handed, so I can't have something over here. On weapon set 1, I have my staff, which is also 2-handed, right? So up here on the top right, you can see that I have 2 skill points up here for weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. If I wanted to, you know, since this is more fire spell based and more spell based, and I want to allocate like a spell node, a spell damage node or something like that towards whenever I use this staff, like whenever I'm using like a volcano or an entangle, some sort of spell, and I want to increase the spell damage on that, and I only want to increase it on that, then I can allocate weapon set skill points, and that weapon set is number 1. So let's say, for example, oh, this is a really good example. So these are, 3% increased skill speed while shapeshifted, right? But when I'm using my staff, I'm not shapeshifted, so I don't really want that. But when I'm using weapon set 2 and I'm using my talisman, I am shapeshifted. So let's say I want these two like passive skills while I'm in my talisman, while I'm using my talisman in shapeshifted, but I don't want it when I'm using my staff. Then that's when I can say, oh, for weapon set 2, which is my talisman, I'm going to allocate these two, skill speed while shapeshifted. That's what I'm going to allocate. But for weapon set 1, I don't want those. So I actually just want the damage. So I'm going to go into damage here when I'm in weapon set 1. That's what that is. It can get very complicated and confusing if you don't understand it at first. And there are build guides out there that explain it a lot better than I have here. And typically, if you do follow a build guide at the end, it will explain to you like how to allocate your weapon set points. But essentially, that's what it is. Whenever you use this weapon set with this talisman, you will gain these passive skills. When you use this weapon set, then you will gain the other weapon set skills. Okay, that's what it is. For our purposes, we're going to try to keep it as simple as possible. We're not going to think about that right now. We're just trying to get through the campaign. So we're going to go ahead and just allocate the passive skills that we got from that book into these 8% increased damage. All right. Okay. And now, let's take a look at our map again and see. We have this ritual altar left somewhere on this map, but it doesn't have a little plus symbol, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to go ahead and we'll go to Freythorn. We got to click on the checkpoint because we're not at a waypoint. We'll go to Freythorn, but before we continue, I'm gonna go back to town. Alright, Finn wants us to do something, and we'll talk to Una too. So we haven't talked to her since we got her quest finished. She's gonna revive the hooded one. And we're gonna accept her new quest, and we'll talk to hooded one, who is essentially the Deckard Cain of Path of Exile 2. If you play Diablo 2, then you know Deckard Cain identifies all items for you for free. And that's what he does. So instead of having to buy identify scrolls or scroll of wisdom for each and every single item, you just go to him, you click identify, and he identifies every single thing for you, which is great. All right, so we'll look at this. Now this might be a good change. We'll lose the increased rarity of items, but we get max life and we get stun threshold, which is nice if we don't want to get stunned too often. And then we'll also gain life regen. So this could be it. This could be like a good upgrade if you want to upgrade. And why not? Let's do it. We get that 27 extra life. I think that's worth it. And the rarity, it's nice to have, but it's not necessary that much at this level. It's nice though. We're gonna keep these for another character though. So if you have any items that you're not going to use anymore, but they're really good, like these boots, you can still keep them and give them to your other characters. Just put them in your stash and all your characters will have access to that stash. We don't need this mace. We're going to sell it for damage. Okay, this is really good. Look at this. 71% increased spell damage, 76% increased lightning damage. Those two alone, it's great. And then on top of that, you get the max mana and more intelligence. Compared to this, like the 36% increased spell damage, the cast speed is okay. Life per enemy, we don't really need that. Life per enemy killed. 8 intelligence is okay, and the gain 26% of damage. I feel like that's not that strong yet because our damage is still pretty low. So that might not be that great. But this I think is going to be a really good upgrade. So we're going to swap this out. And this staff isn't that good, so we're just going to sell it.
For my collection. Thank you.
This is okay. I mean, yeah, it's not great. We'll sell that. This is interesting. We don't need it though. It's a
Oh, I
quiver.
like this one.
This we're gonna keep. It's a +1 to all chaos spells, which I think is good for any chaos spell user. So we'll keep that. This one is, so already I feel like it's better than what we have because it increases the life regen by more, and the main thing I'm looking at is the max energy shield and the sockets. And so we're gonna replace this. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and we'll keep this for another character as well, because I feel like it's a good like level 1 starter. As you can see, this one requires level 8. This one doesn't have a level requirement, so we'll keep it. Don't need this.
Beautiful.
We don't need this either. This, I kind of want to roll on it to see what it'll give us, so we'll hold on to it for now. This we will keep for the final boss. And I think the rest of it we can just put into our stash. Alright. We're gonna keep this as kind of like our, you know, throw it all in here and organize it later stash. We're gonna put this in here. We're gonna put this also in throw it all weapons. We'll put this, so this increases the quality of a martial weapon. We'll hold on to that. We'll put that over here. Regal chance. Okay. We're gonna put this here, this here. Level 3 skill gems, we don't really need those right now. More support gems. And then let's craft on this and see what it does. Let's see. We're gonna use this to change it into a magic item. Increase stun duration. Well, we don't really stun, so that's not great for us. Orb of augmentation. Increase physical damage. We don't really do physical damage either, so it's not that great. But the interesting thing about the rolling magma is that it scales off of our attack damage. So whatever damage is on here is what it's going to scale with. The question now is, do we want the 8 strength, or do we want the 18 to 38 and the 5 to 10 fire damage? Plus we get the flammability magnitude. Flammability magnitude, if you're curious about it, you can hover over this and read it. Essentially what it is it makes it more likely for whatever you're attacking to get ignite. And ignite is the fire damage over time ailment. So it will start burning them essentially. So you apply flammability, and the higher flammability they have, the higher probability that your fire damage is going to burn the monster. I think we're actually gonna take the damage over the 8 strength, because I don't feel like we're behind strength at all, and we're not necessarily dying. So this might be a bad idea, but we're gonna go ahead and just switch it for now, just for that little bit of extra damage. If we find that we're dying, this could be a good alternative, but I don't think it's gonna be that big of an issue for now. And since we do have sort of like 2 sockets here, if we want, we can go ahead and add some sockets. This one gives 20 to max life, which is good. This one gives 10 cold resistance, which will be really useful against the final boss. And this one gives max mana. This one gets fire resistance. So, you know, any of these would be pretty good. Why don't we just do max life for now, plus the cold resistance later for the final boss. And then we're going to go back to Freythorn. And we're going to clear out this map. Be careful of getting trapped here. The little like the walkways are pretty small, so it's pretty easy to get trapped by these monsters. If you get trapped, you can't really like roll out and roll away. So, and they also do chaos damage. You see how their damage is like purple? Purple is usually attributed to chaos damage in this game. So as you can see, our chaos resistance is 0, and the interesting thing about chaos damage is that it removes twice as much energy shield as the damage value when taken. So all this energy shield, it's gonna burn twice as quickly with chaos damage. So we want to be careful against these guys. They hurt. And you will probably find that this map is going to be a little bit harder than normal typically. Before you might have been like melting people or melting monsters, and now you might find that it's a teeny bit, it's getting a little bit harder, and that's okay. The monsters are going to scale with us. So as we get stronger, they're going to get stronger too. And as they get stronger, we'll also get stronger. See, we just leveled up. If you're always curious about like what level like the monsters are and stuff like that, that information is available to you on the top right of your screen if you hit tab. So once you hit tab, the map will go down to here. But then on the top right, you can see that the monster level is 11. And we just leveled up to level 12. So now we're 1 above the monsters. Now, we have this choice of where we want to go next. We can go to this shapeshifted thing. We can go to this increased armor and energy shield. We can go to here, which is, you know, increased damage and life regen, mana regen. I'm curious where we kind of want to go, because I don't know too much of like all these like new nodes and stuff like that in this tree, so we're just gonna kind of learn. Oh, interesting, they have like channeling things here now too. That's gonna be fun. And increased skill effect duration. Hinder, we have hinder because of our entangled, so this might be interesting to go up into. And increases spell damage. So let's go into this sort of like cluster of nodes here, which is increased spell damage, 10% chance to hinder enemies on hit with spells, and then this one, 25% increased damage with hits against hindered enemies. So let's go into here. We're just gonna grab all these, but then in order to get there, we have to do this attribute thing. Since our dexterity is a little low and we were having troubles allocating or like crafting support gems with dexterity requirement, let's go into dexterity just so that we can sort of balance that out, and we can increase our support gems and make another dexterity support gem if we need. We grabbed a greater life flask, which heals 150 base instead of this, which is, I don't remember what the base is. I think it's like 70. So if we get a chance later, we can craft that flask into something better. Ooh, that is doing a lot of damage. We gotta be careful. My health just dropped to like 50%. Alright. Alright, we got another altar here. Kill these guys and get another beacon thing. Wow, what is this? I don't think I've seen that before. It like spawned like a rare monster. Ooh. fire resistant. Gotta be careful of these little pustules that grow on the ground from this guy's arrow ability. Alright, so we're gonna grab this, and then so we have this new crafting thing called glassblower's bauble. Improves the quality of a flask. So if you use it, you can increase the quality of flasks, and it'll basically gain 1% more life and mana recovery per quality. And so for now, it's not really needed because you get so many sort of like new flasks like every few maps. So I don't think it's worth it to use it on these low level flasks just yet. Later on, when we get into like higher levels and like the flasks are kind of harder to come across, at least like the next level of flasks are harder to come across, then I think they'll be worth it then. So for now, we're just gonna hold on to it. Guys are tanky. Wow. Let's grab that. I mean, do we want these Hexer's robe? 44 energy shield base. We can always just kind of like identify it and see. 25 stun threshold. I don't think that's worth it. You always kind of gotta ask the question, is it worth it to keep to like to roll like more crafting things onto it? And if like, I feel like stun threshold is good, but at low level, I find that I typically don't need it. I feel like stun threshold is one of those things that you think about later on in like the end game, when you keep getting stunned constantly by monsters because they just do so much damage. That's when you really start to think about it. But for now, I'm not getting constantly stunned. And monsters will stun you when they do damage to you that's more than your health, basically. That's when you get stunned. So you gotta be careful on like strong hitting monsters. Like, I think it's like, you know, like monsters that are really big that like slam the ground and stuff. You gotta watch out for those. And I think your stun threshold, let's see if there's, I don't remember where the stun threshold information is. Yeah, I don't remember where it is located. But there is a way to see where your stun threshold is. I don't remember it off the top of my head right now. I thought it would be under armor, but it's not there. I think I did have like, again, as always, you can just hover over the keyword and it'll tell you what your stun threshold is. And like I said, it's equal to your max life. And so if a hit deals damage equal to or greater than your life, then it's guaranteed to stun you. And so you can add to that threshold, which is what, you know, the plus 10 to stun threshold is. So right now I have 283, and then my stun threshold will be 293 because of that. There are other ways to increase your stun threshold, typically with like passive tree nodes and stuff like that. And that's typically how players are able to not get stunned all the time, is because they will allocate stun thresholds in those ways, which helps a lot. We want to go and find all the checkpoints for like these altars and kill all the monsters around them. So we found one over here, we found one over here. There are 3 on this map, and then there's a giant one. And typically, I guess always, they should be around like where the checkpoints are. So there's another checkpoint right there. But this looks like a really big one. So this is where the boss is. So we're not going to go that way yet. But the checkpoint is there. We're going to grab that Wicker Tiara because it gives energy shield. 28 base energy shield. I think that might be nice. Let's roll on it. 12 accuracy and 5% increased light radius. Probably the worst thing that can roll for us. So we're going to throw that away. And then we're going to travel to this checkpoint up here because it's closer to the unexplored area. Channel this. I mean, it one-shotted that guy, so it might be worth it. I wonder how much damage it does to like bosses and stuff. It looks like there's a multiple projectiles person up here, or there was just 3 of them that shot at the same time, but that was weird. It's just this guy. How is he able to shoot 3 projectiles? That's interesting. We leveled up again, which is great. Now we're 2 levels above these monsters. Increases our survivability. If you are playing hardcore, something that some hardcore players will do just to guarantee more that they won't die is be a higher level. So they'll just rerun maps over and over again. If for some reason you want to reset your map and the map hasn't reset yet, you can always go to the little portal here and you can hold control and click left click. It will give you the option to create a new instance. So you can click new and it says right here, instances stay open for 8 to 15 minutes. You can always create a new instance and, you know, re-clear the monsters and stuff like that. So it's always an option. Okay, that was weird. All right, we did level up, so we're gonna start going into this cluster here, which is great. So we know for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels will be in that area, so we don't have to think about it too much. Blue chests are always great. White chests, like this basket, sometimes not worth it, but you know, like in Diablo 2 and any other action RPG, you can sometimes find some really good things in there. Alright, we found a level 4 uncut skill gem, which means we can now increase one of our skills to level 4. Let's go with Volcano. Eventually we'll get other skill gems to, you know, be able to increase it. So so it looks like these are kind of like dead ends over here. The only area we didn't really explore is over here, so I'm guessing it's over here. Yep, it's right here. We gotta be careful. There's a lot of like magic monsters and maybe even a rare up there. Yeah, right here. You can tell that they're like different because they like have weird things that like kind of like hang out around them. This guy has a hinder aura, which means that if you're close to him, like, you'll become slowed. So that's just something to sort of think about. We got our first uncut spirit gem, which is kind of nice, but we don't have any spirit right now. So if you find an uncut spirit gem, you can just kind of avoid it for now since we don't have spirit and we're not able to use it. Spirit is something that we'll get once we finish this map. So we're gonna finish this map and then get our spirit. If you are playing like a witch or using like a scepter, you could have spirit already. There are some items, like there's a unique armor that gives you spirit. So there's other ways to get spirit and things like that. But the main way to get spirit is by doing the campaign. That's gonna give you the majority of your sort of base spirit, and then after that, then you can hold on. After you get that sort of base spirit, then you can increase your spirit by equipping items and things like that. Alright, that was close. We finished that. We're going to travel to the checkpoint where the big one is, and then we're going to go ahead and clear this. Once we clear this, we're going to summon the boss. We got to finish some more clearing here. Watch out for these flowers. I'm just gonna like not paying attention to them because there's so many things on the screen. So it can get kind of hard with all the clutter like on the ground. And so just be wary. I want to try channeling the volcanoes on this guy and see how much damage they do. That's not bad. It like deleted his energy shield. But I feel like doing this... I feel like just dropping 2 volcanoes and throwing magma on the ground, you know, would do it. With this guy, he has 2 phases. That first phase, you just gotta kind of dodge stuff. He will sometimes cast this like rune on you, and he'll say something like "keep moving," or right here it says "you're seen" and "stop moving or you will be imprisoned." So you gotta like pay attention to sort of the things. A lot of people will probably just blaze through this because it's quite easy at this level, but if you're having trouble with a boss, it's important to know what some of the mechanics are. He's gonna slam the ground when he raises his thing, but he got stunned. In addition to the red seal that you saw earlier, he has a purple one, and the purple one means you gotta keep moving, so you just gotta be careful. Oh, this person is new. I've never seen them before. Oh, it's his wife.
I'm here, love.
She's dead. Oh no.
It matters not. Tell me.
Wait, is she dead, or is she just like casting like a vision of herself?
Remember how we were drawn to him, believing him one of them.
Oh, they used to worship this guy, the King of the Mists.
Just deceived. Even I could not see the king's true face until it was too late. And when I did, he took me from you.
I should have saved you. I should have done more.
Hush, that is not your blame.
Yeah, I guess she's dead.
That
Sad.
life made you wander the wilds, lost.
I remember.
And yet here you are.
Nay, none of it matters.
Just know that I am.
Wow.
Wait!
Cool.
Didn't leave me now. So the
All right, and here's Finn. This is his village. That's why he's so like committed to figuring out what happened. So right now we get a choice of one of 3 charms. The best charm to choose is probably the Sapphire Charm. We have a Sapphire Charm later. We have a Sapphire Charm that we found earlier, so we're gonna use that one later. So we have a Ruby Charm, which we're using now. I'm gonna choose the Topaz Charm, but if you haven't found any charms yet, the best one to choose is the Sapphire Charm. That's gonna help you with the final boss for this act. Okay. The next best one is Topaz Charm. That will help you with the final boss for Act 2. We're gonna grab the Gem Bloom Skull, which is a green item. You right click it, it grants 30 to your maximum spirit. So now we have this golden sort of bar here next to our mana, which says spirit 30 out of 30. If you right click the spirit gem, it's going to open up a spirit gem for a gem cutting window for persistent buff skill gems. And then you get to choose out of these 4 which one you want the most. The Herald of Ice unfortunately requires 13 dexterity. We have 12. So if you want to use Herald of Ice, if you're like going werewolf or whatever, and you want more ice things, then Herald of Ice is going to be really good for you. For us, you know, I'm not sure what we're going to go yet. Briar Patch might be good. While active, a portion of the physical attack damage you deal is stored. And I think Entangle does physical damage? Yes. So deal 7 to 10 physical damage. But here's the thing. It says physical attack damage. And Entangle is not an attack. Entangle is a spell. Spells are here. Attacks are not spells. So it's not going to work for us. We don't really use physical attack damage. So this isn't going to work the way that we want it to. Savage Fury, gain 1 Fury on attack hit. We don't use attacks again. Herald of Ash. While active, enemies you sufficiently overkill with non-herald attacks will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies on the overkill damage dealt. This might be good, but again, we got to be very careful about the requirements. It says requires any martial weapon. And since we're mostly sort of in our casting, we use both our casting form, which is, you know, our human form, and we use our wyvern, right? This is not a martial weapon, so we're not going to be able to use this this persistent skill while we're like, you know, in our like human form. So I don't think it's going to be good. So what can we do if the, you know, recommended skill gems for our druid are not good? What we can do is we can go click on all gems to see what other gems we have at our disposal. The ones that are lit up are probably the ones you want to look at, because those are the ones that you meet the requirements for. If you want to see what these do require, you can look, and this says right here 13 dexterity required. So if you can somehow find 13 dexterity, you can equip things like Herald of Blood, Herald of Thunder, Ghost Dance, Attrition, etc. But for now, you know what might be interesting is Raging Spirits, because it says while active, fire spells you use yourself will also summon Raging Spirits, but the only fire spell we really have is Volcano, and we don't use it that much. That might not be great. Right now we don't really have that much defense, and so we might want to go into a more defensive spirit gem. And the defensive spirit gems that we want to think about are Arctic Armor. While active, conjures an icy barrier that gains stages over time. While the barrier has stages, melee attacks that hit you will remove a stage and cause a burst of ice that deals cold spell damage to the attacker. So when you get attacked and you have Arctic Armor up, it will freeze, essentially like slow and freeze the things around you. So that could be good. Another one to think about is Convalescence. It says while active, grants a skill that you can use instantly to begin recharging energy shield and gain a buff for a duration that prevents recharge being interrupted. The buff is removed at max energy shield, and skill cannot be used while energy shield is full. So when our energy shield goes away, and then our life starts ticking damage. But if we use Convalescence when we have 0 energy shield, our energy shield will start recharging. Typically, recharge energy shield gets interrupted whenever you take damage, but while Convalescence is on you, it will not be interrupted. You will continue regaining your energy shield. So it's a very good ability if you know, see that you're like, oh shoot, I just got hit by a whole bunch of damage, I don't have any energy shield left. You can use Convalescence and it'll start recharging your energy shield, but it still needs to recharge, so you know, be mindful of that. And then the other one that I can think of that might be good for us is Ghost Dance, but we don't really use evasion. and we don't have enough dexterity to use it. So I think for now, honestly, the best spirit gem for us is going to be Arctic Armor, oddly enough. So we're going to go ahead and put it on. When we put it on, we do have to right click to activate it, okay, or else it's not going to be activated, and it's just gonna be here and it's just not going to do anything. So you want to activate it, and you can see right here it says when you're hit by a melee attack, you retaliate with cold damage, but you lose a stage. Right now we have 3 stages. I think that's the max. If we turn it off, we have 0, but then it goes up pretty quickly. 1, 2, 3. 3 is the max. Whenever you get hit, then you kind of do like a burst of cold damage around you. Okay, we're gonna grab some of these items here. We found an orb of alchemy. There's a linen belt, rare linen belt there, which might be good. And we're gonna go ahead and click on this ritual rewards thing here. Rituals are interesting. It's one of the mechanics for endgame, and in Act 1 you do see a little bit of it here, but Act 1 is the only time you're gonna really see it. I think before endgame. I don't think you really see this anywhere else. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. And so you have 1323 tribute remaining, and it tells you right here what the cost of the tribute is if you want to get that item. This is increased elemental damage with attacks, 8 strength, 62% increased physical damage. That might be interesting. Taking a glance at these, none of these look great, and we're gonna grab this Org of Augmentation because why not? And since we have 1063 remaining, we're just gonna grab this because it's the only rare item in here, and we're gonna grab it. Finn is here. He's somewhat satisfied. Sorry about your village, bro. And then we're gonna go ahead and go to the waypoint because where we're going next is Ogham Farmlands. We're gonna keep continuing on with the story here. Alrighty. That is the way back to hunting grounds. So we'll explore. This is an interesting map. There's like legit like square tiles and stuff. So we're just gonna go. Grab the Scroll of Wisdom here. I think I wanted to see what this linen belt does. 31 to armor, 13 to max mana. How much armor does it really give? 11%. I mean, why not? Plus 16. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. If you really want the gold instead, you can keep it for the gold since, like I said, the more modifiers an item has, the more it's going to sell for. So if you'd rather just sell a rare item because it's not great, then go ahead and do that. The modifiers that you're looking for on belts are typically like resistances, max life, and whatchamacallit, attributes. There's another level 4 skill gem, which is great. We need that. And we're gonna go ahead and level up Entangle. I actually really like Entangle. It's so strong. Look at that. Another Artificer's Orb, which is great. We'd love to see those. You can see like the enemies sort of taking damage, and my Arctic armor stage is sort of going down whenever I get hit, which is great. Alright, stun resistant and powerful minions. Well, we got rid of your minions, so they couldn't have been that powerful, right, bro? Okay. He's almost dead. another level 4 skill gem, and a quiver. Alright, so we have our level 4 skill gem. We're gonna go ahead and put it on Rolling Magma. It kind of sucks that there's like a little bit of like a so like if you're like this, right, and you do that, like I guess it does hit. Let's do this. How far away does it have to be? I guess it just kind of has to be in that general direction, because I was thinking it wasn't hitting like when I was like doing this, and it doesn't look like it was hitting, but I guess it is kind of hitting. Because we want the projectile to burst a little bit more. Again, as always, on this map, if you're curious what is on here and you don't want to miss anything, you can always open up your map and check the icons. As you can see, the crop circle, the little thing we were just in before, we got that, and so it got X'd out. We're still looking for Una's hut. We haven't found that yet. Here is Ogham Village, which is the next map. We're going to grab the waypoint as per usual. Alright, grabbing this waypoint real quick, and then we're going back. So that way, in case anything happens, we still have it. And we're just going to explore from the back and go this way. Alright, we found the little Vaal altar here. Ooh, these guys leave a trail of fire, so you gotta be careful. Alright. Alrighty, we leveled up. Again, we're getting these. Which way do we want to go first? I think we want to go this way to get that increased spell damage and skill duration first. Oh, here's your spirit. So if you want, you can like follow this spirit. The thing about this spirit mechanic is you have to be nearby it. If you leave it, it's gonna start have these like little red thingies, and if you're gone for too far from it for too long, then it won't. It'll disappear. And the annoying thing about spirit mechanic is that it kind of forces you to follow it in that way. So like if you're going somewhere else and you find a spirit and it just goes backwards to like the entire area that you just cleared, and it brings you back to like the beginning of like the map, then it can get kind of frustrating, because then you have to walk all the way back, you know. We're gonna try to grab that wand. I think we have space for it. Uh-oh. Yep, we got space. Alright. And the more monsters that a spirit like touches on its way to possess a rare monster, the stronger the rare monster will be, and thus the better the drops will be. So you kind of want to... Oops, I got hit. When you get hit while sprinting, your character gets stunned, so be careful while sprinting. And so you kind of want the spirit to possess as many monsters as possible before getting to that rare. So it's kind of like an interesting mechanic. I don't love it. It's not my favorite. I do really like the Abyss mechanic. I think that's my favorite. We'll run across that in Act 2. Alright, it's definitely not up here. We gotta find Una's house. Here it is, the checkpoint. Typically when you find a checkpoint, there's like something interesting about it, you know? Like, in this case, it's Una's house. Alright. We're gonna find her loot box. Yep. We don't have space for it, so we're gonna go ahead and create a portal to town here. A little joke that the devs put in, a loot box for us. Doesn't have any loot, it has a loot. Oh, we're gonna identify our items here by this guy, the hooded one, and then we're gonna see. Hey, this gives 20 max energy shield and 3 life energy per second. I think it's worth swapping the 14 to max life, so we're gonna swap that out. Or we can sell this, that's fine. I don't know when I picked this up, but we don't need that. 33 evasion rating and 10 energy, 19 energy shield. This is really good. I think I want to keep this one because it gives 33 evasion in addition to the 19 energy shield, plus it gives max life, plus it gives rarity, plus it gives critical hit chance. So I think this is a lot better, and we might keep this because this is actually pretty good. The 20 to max energy shield I feel is pretty strong. I think this is better, literally just for the 15 to max life, but we don't have enough dexterity. We might keep that one. We sell that. 19 to 32 damage. I think we might swap it out because of the increased elemental damage with attacks. Let's see how much damage it does. So if you ever want to compare DPS, you could just look at this and just swap out the item. 74 versus 72. We're gonna keep the 74, and we'll sell this since the money is pretty good on rare items. 38% increased spell damage and 6 to intelligence. That's okay, but it's not great. Power Siphon might be good if you're looking for a way to get power charges. So if you need power charges, you know, think of Power Siphon. And this is going to be on Siphoning Wands. It's the base skill for that. 46 energy shield and 9 lightning resistance. This is okay, but not great. I don't remember when I picked that up either. We're going to sell that. And we're going to keep those two. Alrighty. Moving on. Grabbing the loot. We're going to give that to Luna for some weapon set skill points. But if you want them right now, you can just go back and give it to her and get the passive skill points. But I don't really care that much, so we're just going to keep going. Alright, we're going to try to get through this. Not a problem for this guy, dude. He does so much damage. Oh, here's the little interesting. Oh, we already cleared the monsters. So, alright, so typically for this map, the boss is either in this corner, or I think he's going to be in this corner, this top right corner. So let's go that way. There is a side quest for the blacksmith, which you should also do. So I guess we got to find that anyway. But if we can find the checkpoint, oh, it's not this way. It might be this way. I'm not familiar with the 0.4 map yet. I feel like every season it changes to something that is a little bit more consistent, so here is a checkpoint for the blacksmith's house. We're gonna grab his smithing tools and his chest. There's a blank rune that you can talk to him later to craft any rune that you want, I think. And then we're gonna bring the tools back to Renly to unlock a bench, which is going to be pretty important for us throughout the campaign. This guy has volatile plants. Dude, just look at how many projectiles come out of that thing. That's just ridiculous. Oh Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think it's this way. I think it's gonna be to the bottom right, maybe. I don't. No. Oh yeah, it's here. It's to the top right. Okay. All right. So we got the blacksmith. If you open up your map, we got like the blacksmith tools. We found Renly's workshop, and now we're at the executioner. So, oh, there goes his head. All right. This is the guy who you escaped in the beginning. He executed all the other classes, but we were able to escape. He has some really big swings that do a lot of damage, so we kind of want to watch out for them. Ooh, that one's quick. Also, I don't know why, like, my Arctic armor disappears when I'm shapeshifting. We're gonna have to look at that later. Ooh, okay. Close. Scary. I feel like Druid is just it's just so strong compared to other classes. Oh my gosh. Alright, got another support gem here. We're gonna grab those rare items for the money. Gotta free this lady. And then head on to the next map. So if you go back to Clearfell and you talk to her, she will give you a level 5 uncut skill gem, which if you remember from earlier, level 5 is the next tier of skill gems. So it might be worth it to go back and get it now if you want to, if you're having trouble with like clearing like the maps and stuff like that. Or you want like stronger skills and stuff, or you want to just test the level 5 skill gems, more than welcome to go back to Clearfell and go grab it. Looks like this is a dead end, so we're gonna go the other way. Okay, if you want to go ahead and clear everything, go for it. I'm gonna try to go and find the next map. On this map, I think there's like one point of interest that you can go to. That will give you a support gem. If we come across it, then I'll go ahead and activate it so that you can see. Otherwise, I don't think I'm gonna look for it. But it's typically really close to the entrance to the next map anyway, so it might be worth it actually. I don't remember, they changed skill gems in 0.3, so I don't remember if it gives a level 2 skill support gem, or I'm sorry, they changed support gems in 0.3. I don't know if it gives a level 2 support gem or level 1 support gem. Oh yeah, I was gonna look to see if what was going on with my thing here, Arctic armor. I guess it just doesn't work. Oh, I see. I need 21 intelligence, and then when I'm in my wyvern form, I don't have 21 intelligence. So that's something to think about too. So we just gotta get 21 intelligence while we're in our shapeshifted form, if we want Arctic armor. Got another glacial rune, which is gonna be nice if we're having trouble with the Act 1 boss. We can use it. I think it's gonna be the actually I don't know, not with 0.4. I'm not sure yet. Gotta watch our health here. It's a little bit slower to recover than I would like. We did level up, so I know I have a passive skill waiting, but I'm gonna try to wait till I get to the next map to do that. Oop. Rare monster, careful here. Man, he just melts. We're gonna grab these sombre gloves, or somber gloves. I don't know how to pronounce it. It gives energy shield, so energy shield is one of the very, very strong defense mechanisms in Path of Exile too. And so I think it's good to prioritize that right now. Oops. Don't need that. And we got a level 5 skill gem. So let's take a look at these. So we need 17 intelligence in order to start using these next ones. And Thunderstorm is sort of an elemental spell, or I mean it is an elemental spell, so we want to be able to get that. So we need 17 intelligence somewhere, somehow. Right now we're at 27, but in our wyvern form we have 16, so we're just short like 1. Okay, looks like the entrance to the next map is here. We're gonna grab this.
The wolf's reckoning draws near.
All right, let's go back to town. We got some things we need to do. Clear out our inventory, and then we're gonna go ahead and try to kill this final boss of Act 1.
How can I?
You found my... I think.
All right, we used the skill book. It gave us 2 extra skill points. So remember I was talking about how we can refund our passive skill tree? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Hooded One, and this 1 to dexterity that we got, since we're not using our dexterity for anything right now, let's change it to intelligence. It's going to cost us a little bit of gold. We'll apply that. And it says, okay, item requirements, 3 more dexterity. I was wrong. We're using our dexterity for this. The good thing is we have 3 passive skill points available, and what do you know, here's another attribute node right here. We're gonna go ahead and go up here. I know we wanted to finish this, but right now the attributes are more important to us, so we're gonna grab that. And then with our final 2 skill points, remember we have 4 weapon set available. That doesn't mean that like we have 4 skill points, we only have 2. But out of the 2 skill points that we do have, we can allocate up to 4 of them to weapon sets if we would like. But to keep things simple, we're not going to use that. We're not going to worry too much about it. We're going to go ahead and just go into here and here to increase our spell damage and our skill effect duration. Now we have 17 intelligence while we're in our wyvern form. We're going to go ahead and cut this into Thunderstorm, because I do want to start using Thunderstorm. So you can take a look at it here. You can pause and read it if you would like. But essentially, it's going to drench our enemies, and it's going to water our plants for them to become overgrown. And if you remember from Entangle, overgrown fissures expire 25% slower, and overgrown fissures can attach up to 3 additional vines to enemies. Right now it's only 3 vines, but with the overgrown fissures it can go up to 3 more, so it can go to a total of 6, which is double as much damage. So that's going to be really good for us. Let's take a look at these.
Yes, these are just odds and ends.
Rapture Horn, this is pretty good damage, and it gives plus to projectile skills. Might be a good low level bow for a bow character, so we're going to keep that for later. This gives cold and lightning resistance, which is really good. It's a evasion rating dexterity boot, so we don't have that, but we can save it for another character. This one, not that great. Stun threshold, life regen, those are not great. Armor evasion rating could be okay, but not for us. We're gonna sell that one. 2 mana per enemy killed. It could be good. It's probably better than what we have right now. So we're gonna equip that, and then we're gonna also augment it with this augmentation orb to give extra 12 mana. That's great. We don't really need this, so we're gonna sell it.
Oh, I like this one.
Alrighty. This is 94 mana, so it's better than what we have. We're gonna replace. We're gonna sell this. Alright. So we got another level 5 skill gem. I think we're gonna let's level up Entangle because we have Thunderstorm now. So I think Entangle is going to benefit a lot from that. And our Thunderstorm, we're gonna equip it there, and we're gonna set it to our hotkey E. And then we're gonna do that. Do that. Oh, actually, let's take a couple of these out for our Thunderstorm, huh? We're gonna keep these support gems for our thing. Oops, I forgot to click on the rune that we wanted. So you can always click on blank on like the quest here on the top right, and it'll give you the reward again if you accidentally click out like I did. We're gonna go with the cold resistance here because we don't know how bad it's gonna be against the final boss. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna have that much of a problem just because of how strong the Druid is right now. We're gonna go for increased area of effect for Thunderstorm and one more. Okay, trigger coursing current when hit when a hit from supported skill shocks. Basically, it sends chaining lightning projectiles to nearby drenched enemies, which could be cool. Let's do that. I want to see what it looks like and what it feels like. Seems pretty cool. All right, now we're gonna go back to Ogam Manor. We're getting ready to finish this map and finish out Act 1. Also looks like we're gaining rage now. See, we can see our rage 30 out of 30. I don't remember seeing that before. I could be wrong. Let's activate this strong box here. Two wands, we'll grab that. And let's grab that staff too, just in case we want to craft on it later. But if we're running out of space, then we'll dump it for something else. We're just gonna keep exploring. These guys do a lot of damage, as you can see here. A lot of things going on the ground. A lot of projectiles flying at us. So just be careful. See these blood pools on the ground? Just look out for those. These guys, these courtesans, also throw like these projectiles at you that do a lot of damage. So just be careful. When you see this tile here, it's gonna lead to the other side of the map. You could go, or you could explore. If you look on the thing here, there's a Candlemas the Living Rite in Ogam Manor, and I think he's on the first floor, but in 0.4 I don't know if he's going to be on this side of the map or if he's going to be across the bridge. So either way, we found the little Vaal altar here, so that's kind of a win for us. Might be good to just kind of explore. We got an Orb of Alchemy, which is really nice. Oh, okay, so here's the checkpoint for the Candlemas. We're gonna go ahead and try to kill him. Activate this by clicking the Psalm of Madness here. He's gonna do his little swing. Watch out for that. And as always, just keep dodging around and being smart. Gotta watch the boss and see what he's doing. He has one ability that shoots like artillery off of his back. Be very careful about that move. It can one-shot you if you get hit by multiple projectiles. But we didn't even get to see the move. And we're done. We're gonna grab this focus just in case it's better than what we have. And he gives you this Candlemass Essence. You can right click it to give you 20 max life. That's nice. Alright, so now we're gonna go ahead and walk across the bridge. Also, I didn't see that this spawned. I guess we're gonna go ahead and do the Vaal ruins. Alright, let's do this temple console thing. Kind of want to go this way. Interesting. It's kind of weird that like when you click this, like it adds another like path like right here, you know? Like how do I know that it's gonna add that? Are these just always gonna, like these little rooms are always gonna add a little path? If you add a path there? Interesting. Okay. We don't know too much about that, about this thing yet. We're just gonna play with it and see how it goes. We're gonna make mistakes. It's fine. We're learning. I think that was the same thing as before. A little bit of lag there. There's like a generator over here. I wonder... Oh, are we not able to... Is there a boss? Can I not backtrack? Interesting. Looks like I'm locked in this room right now, but if I clear the monsters... Okay, there we go. Room completed. Got this workbench. We got a craft, apparently. So let's craft this. Interesting that, like, you can't... like, you can't take the craft of those workbenches. But like, I think on the other benches, like on some of them, you can take those. Like on the Exalted workbench, you can't take like the Exalted orb from it for some reason. So like, you really have to. Mana regenerate rate. I guess that's not terrible. Oh, Jesus. I did not know that was... He was there. Oh, God. He hurts. He hurts. Let's grab the white belt and the light flask. Regal workbench. We can't take that either. Man, that's so weird. But, you know, I don't mind rolling on this. 13 stun threshold? No, that's not great. I feel like stun threshold, you don't really need it at low level, but make your arguments down in the comments. I would love to hear them. Okay. Get rid of this Mirage. Oh, jeez. They are out for blood. Okay. I can't increase that anymore. Let's go ahead and do this. 8% increase max energy shield and 6 to max energy shield. That's not terrible, I guess. Superior Bone Wand. Exalted Orb. We'd like to see it. Normal Ashen Staff dropped, but I think we're going to skip on that one. He has a periodic invulnerability aura, which makes all the monsters around him invulnerable for a short period of time. So you got to be a little careful. But if you drag the monsters away from him, they will not be affected because it's an aura. So I do think since we finished the quest for Augment to Saga, we're gonna take this one. Since we finished the Augment to... since we finished the quest for Renly, we're gonna go ahead and check to see if we unlocked his workbench, which I think we did. We're gonna go to this generator over here. Another periodic invulnerability aura. Alright, here's the checkpoint. Here's a workbench. Can't do that anymore. More increased energy shield and max life. Alright, now we're gonna go to this final generator. And then I think we should be good. Alchemy workbench. Nice. Room complete. Temple complete. Upgrades a normal item to a rare with 4 random modifiers, and we can't take it. So, since we have this Cinderbark talisman, I think that's going to be a lot better. And the increased flammability magnitude rolled pretty well, like the implicit modifier. So this is implicit, and these are explicit, so this is a lot better. I'm gonna switch it out. And then we're gonna go back to town. I mean, go back to the map, rather. And then finish out this Act 1. We're gonna allocate this here. And then be done. Look at that wyvern crawl into that entrance. Alrighty. Okay, pick up this orb. And move on. We're gonna try to just find stairs that go down. That's what we're looking for on this map. There's the stairs. Found the checkpoint. Now we're gonna go back sort of this way. And we're gonna find another bridge that sort of goes across again. Yep, here's the bridge. And then we're gonna look for stairs that go down. If you want to explore and like kill more monsters and stuff, by all means go for it. If you want to prep for like, you know, the boss and stuff, go ahead and do that. So that you're stronger when you get to, you know, the boss and stuff. We're gonna avoid those. Here's the stairs. There's a checkpoint. And I think we're gonna go like this way. Like this way, if you want to look at the map. I think that's a dead end. But we want to go like around this corner and then go this way. Blue chest, always worth it. Siphoning wand?
A druid knows to
No room. So we will not prioritize it. Alrighty. That Arctic armor though is coming in clutch. We don't need Scroll of Wisdom. We have Hooded one now. Alright, so here's the checkpoint for the boss. We don't have space in our inventory, but yeah, we're gonna come back anyway. So let's go back to camp. At this point, it's good to go ahead and try to clear out like or rather like try to like prep yourself for the final boss. And so if you're finding that you know, you want a new flask, so talk to Una, try to see if there's any good flasks, which she has like a whole bunch of good ones right here. Like look at this one, 50% increased recovery rate, 29% increased charges. That's great. And if you find that, you know, you're still sitting on some like normal items or something like that, like, you know, maybe now's a good time to look through like Renly's inventory to see if he has anything good. For this final boss, you want to get some cold resistance. That will definitely help you with the boss. 1 to all spell skills. We might keep that one. Let's roll on this and see what we get. 27 mana and 42 increased critical hit. Not great. We're going to sell it.
I like this one.
Increased chaos damage. That could be good. Critical hit chance. I don't want that. Fire resistance. Don't need. We're gonna see if we can dismantle those. And that one too. This one, 224 life over 4 seconds. That's pretty good. It's better than ours. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. 44 to armor. 5 chaos resistance. I think that's better. And then we're gonna go ahead and just drop these in here. As a precaution, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab these artificer orbs. I'm gonna start socketing like these, and I'm gonna put these glacial runes in because, you know, we want to prepare ourselves. We have 50% cold resistance now, so the boss hopefully is not going to do damage to us. It would be very scary. So it's correct. We do have the salvage bench unlocked now, which means that anything that has like quality on it, you can salvage it, and it'll give you like the crafting item that will, you know, see, that gives you the bauble, and this one gives you blacksmith's whetstone. So you can now use those to sort of increase the quality of your own items. So it's good to hold on to any sort of superior item. That way you can, you know, craft your own items if that's not an item that you have or you're looking for. Alrighty. And then we don't need that, but we're gonna put it in there. We do have a passive skill point, so I'm gonna finish this cluster. And I think we're good to go. Oh, let's refill the well. Don't forget to do that. Because if you go in with empty flasks, especially on hardcore, you're gonna be testing yourself and how far you can go. And I've heard horror stories of those things happening. So definitely keep track of if you're gonna swap your flask out, make sure to go to the well and, you know. And also, you know, we forgot to equip our sapphire charm, but you know, that's what you should do. Don't do as I do, but do as I say. We were supposed to equip our sapphire charm and we forgot. But hopefully we should be able to get this guy in one go. Again, just look out for what he's doing. You know, avoid his big swings. Whenever he starts his sort of like combos and stuff, you want to keep on the lookout. When he glows red, make sure you see what he's doing. When he puts his sword in the ground, you want to avoid that area. And then when he starts charging, he's going to do little red things. You want to avoid the red. That does damage. See how the circle grew bigger? It's gonna do damage if you stand in it, so just be careful. And just like that, we're going into phase 2. He's gonna talk about getting betrayed. Okay, yeah, stay out of that. Don't stay in it. He's not taking that much damage right now, so if you want to conserve your mana and stuff, go ahead and do that. We haven't really been taking that much damage because we have cold resistance. If you don't have cold resistance, look for it in Renly's things. That's going to be really helpful. We were lucky to come across, I think it was like 3 glacial runes. Which doesn't always happen. Well, these guys are just getting wrecked. Oh my gosh. I can't even walk across the vines without dying. That's just that's just so strong. Oh my goodness. Like, see, they can't even get close to the vines. The vines just destroy them. Hello? I don't even have any like plus damage or like increased damage to the vines like at all. Okay, watch out for the little white spots on the ground when he does that. And these, do you want to keep moving when he holds his sword up in the air like that? Avoid those beams. Those beams have really high freezing magnitude. Or like freeze buildup rather. And so you wanna if you get hit by it, it's likely you're going to get frozen. And you're not going to be able to move. And you're going to get hit by more of them, so just be careful. Oh, here these ones are gonna add corrupted blood, which inflicts physical damage over time, so just be careful. I got hit by a couple and you just saw how much damage that does, so just be careful. As always, that's the rule. Be careful. Gotta watch what's going on. And we got a Blood Moon level up effect. That looks super cool. Alright. And just like that, we're done with Act 1. Congratulations if you've made it this far. If not, keep trying. You got this. I believe in you.
It consumed my
Alright.
Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish.
Alright, we got a Regal Orb and some yellow gloves. Not bad. We'll go ahead and take the portal that the hooded one was nice enough to make for us. And get back to town, and it's definitely different.
You've done well, stranger. The dark
We're gonna talk to all of our friends here, all this story lore and such. We're gonna talk to hooded one and identify our items, and let's see if it's worth keeping or not. 8 fire and 8 lightning and 22 max life. This is really good, although it does require 13 dexterity, which we don't have. So I think these are pretty good in general. I'm gonna hold on to them for another character. Una has this other thing. I haven't talked about it yet, but Una has this other thing called disenchant items. So disenchant items, whenever you put something in here that has like a magical or rare or unique quality, it will disenchant into its you know, the shard according to its type. So for rares, you're gonna get a regal shard, and you need, I think it was 10 regal shards to make a regal orb, and a regal orb changes a magic item into a rare item. So essentially, if you want to instead like disenchant these for crafting materials, you could do that instead of selling them for gold. At the beginning of a campaign or the beginning of a season, when like a new patch drops and everything is wiped, I typically like to sell things for gold, just so that I have a little bit of gold in my pocket in case I find like an item that's just like super godly or something like that inside like one of their, you know, like inventories. Like what if this rolled like plus cold spells? This would be an amazing starting staff for cold damage, you know? So it's just like, you just want to kind of, you know, have a little bit of gold just in case, you know, you find something like that. Also, gold is helpful for, you know, respecking your passive tree abilities and things like that. So that's also good too. But instead, if you want the crafting stuff, go ahead, get the crafting stuff. But I prefer to get the gold in the beginning. Once you hit like around, you know, a crap ton of gold, you don't have to worry about it too much, you know? Like at the end game, you're usually sitting around like 2 million, 5 million gold, just depending on how much you play. All right, and so these we're gonna put in here. This is kind of our, everything gets dumped into there for now. Stash, and then we're going to move on to Act 2. This clicking on Follow the Beast Trail will trigger a cutscene, and then we'll get put into Act 2. So we're going to go ahead and watch the cutscene and get dumped into Act 2.
With the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. You must pursue her to the plains of Vastiri. Find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Alrighty, and just like that, we're in Act 2. As you can see on the bottom, it says resistance penalty 10%. As we go on and we continue on in the campaign, the resistances are going to keep going down and down. So you're going to start taking a lot more damage from fire damage, lightning damage, cold damage. Chaos resistance is going to stay the same. The resistance penalty only affects to fire, lightning, and cold. And so here's now when you kind of want to start thinking about resistances a little bit. We didn't have to think about it too much in Act 1, but now we're kind of have to start thinking about it, especially when you get into like Act 3 and the monsters are kind of like one-shotting you and stuff like that. Resistances are a thing. And then once you get to endgame, for sure you want to have capped at 75% or more these resistances so that you are able to get through it. But we won't think about it too much until we need to. Alright, and now we're gonna go through Act 2, but this video is going to end for now. I'm gonna do a video for each of the acts. That was the guided playthrough for Act 1. Hopefully you liked it. Hopefully you got a lot out of it. This is to just kind of help you with the basics. We're not doing a build guide. We're not doing too much explanation on things, but I will try to leave some resources down in the description for you all, for those of you who want that, and you want to dive a little bit deeper into some of the mechanics and stuff like that of the game. Definitely go for it. But hopefully this gives you a fresh, good start on 0.4. As we saw, Druid is so strong and should be able to carry you through. I will see you all next time for Act 2. Peace.